What is up, everybody? Welcome to Pop Culture Philosophers. Welcome to Rockin Robbie Live here on a Sunday night, first day of August. This year is already over halfway through. How freaking crazy. But everybody, station! Welcome to the show, Rockin Robbie Live, where we talk about movies, comic books, pop culture, and a whole lot more. Tonight, we got a lot on the plate. We'll be talking about our favorite comic books of last week. We'll be looking ahead at the comic shops, or the comics coming out at comic shops this week, including a DC Comics sneak peek. I'll be reviewing, giving you my full thoughts on my Sunday morning movie, which was Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins. We'll be discussing the Scott Snyder news and going into those books a little bit more in depth. We'll be having Marvel in the 80s, top 5. We're finishing up our top 5 movies of the 80s, blah, blah, blah. Show and tell, and of course the Horror Fest reveal is happening tonight. Towards the end of the show, we're going to be revealing what we're watching, what you can go ahead and get ready for Horror Fest. I do want to say that you can check out more at popculturephilosophers.com, including merch. There's links down in the description below. You can follow me on Twitter at the Rockin Robbie. You can follow Pop Culture Philosophers on Facebook and on Instagram. And if you're on Facebook, you might as well join the PCP Army, the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. You can support the channel at patreon.com/PCP, like these fine PCP patriots right there. We do appreciate it. Stations all around, everybody. A round of stations on me. And you can also support the channel with Super Chat, which may wind up getting a Transformer unboxed at some point tonight. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. What do we got coming up here on the channel this week? Well, first of all, we got a special bonus edition of PCP Movie Night. Tomorrow night, I believe it's going to be 8 p.m. Central Time, but just double check in the morning when I launch it. But this is provided sponsored, if you will, by Bullseye Bob from Everything Comics. We're going to be talking about Shogun Assassin, which is kind of like the first 2 Lone Wolf and Cub movies kind of re-edited together for an American audience. And y'all, that movie was freaking awesome. But Action Fest rolls on through officially. That's right, Friday night, 9 p.m. Central Time. Face Off is the movie of the week. The John Woo, Nicolas Cage, John Travolta sort of classic. Right? Perry should be joining us for that from Perry Comics. And Dylan's Horror Show rolling on through Saturday, 6 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be talking about the 88 remake of The Blob. The Blob. The Blob. The Blob. And like I said, I make a promise. I'll keep it eventually. Station's on me. All right, we have a fantastic show, and we're going to kick it off with the first 6. This is going to bring us to the end of our Marvel Universe 1991 Series 2 trading card look, because I don't know where all my holos are. And I don't think showing the checklist or the ability list is that exceptional. Anyway, first 6, let's do. We are on the Legends section, where these are characters that were no longer around or had died or something. This says, the original Ghost Rider. I will like to point out to whoever did this card, that's not the original Ghost Rider. We know that. Did you know, when not riding his flaming motorcycle as Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze was a motorcycle stunt driver for a circus? I did. Craven. Really interesting card there. You don't usually have too many cards where they're like you don't see much. It's like all in shadow. I think that's pretty dope. Did you know Craven was given the idea to hunt Spider-Man by the villain known as the Chameleon? Yeah. Dark Phoenix. She's maxed out on a couple right there, you see. She's maxed out on strength and speed. Not agility. I thought Phoenix would be rather agile. Did you know the real Jean Grey is alive and well, and as Marvel Girl is a member of the X Factor? Not so much. Now we're on the rookies. Now we're on to the rookies, which is very exciting. We got Darkhawk. First appearance, Darkhawk number 1, 1991. Did you know the amulet that gives Darkhawk his mysterious powers was originally sought by the evil Hobgoblin? Yeah. Sleepwalker, baby. First appearance, Sleepwalker number 1, 1991. Did you know the Sleepwalker is but one of a race of sleepwalkers who patrol the mindscape? All right. And then we got Rage. First appearance, Avengers 3/26, 1990. Did you know Only 13 years old, Rage is the youngest member in the history of the Avengers. Yes. Believe that still stands true today. And, of course, that was our first 6. So how's everybody doing out there? Let's see who all is here. This show is driven, fueled, if you will, by your questions, your thoughts, your comments, your concerns. Get them in right now. What do you want to talk about? We got John in the building. We got Fargate. We got Old Cheese. The comic book G-Spot. Station, my man. I was just on the G-Man's channel last night for a great fun show. It was really cool. You should check it out on the replay over at his channel, the comic book G-Spot. Somebody will throw out a link. We got TM Nerdy in the house. Dun, 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 dun. Comic book therapy. Two Gun Pedro. What is up? Bagging and boarding, huh? Some people are jealous. They can't get bags and boards right now. Isn't that crazy? Sorella Station. Clarence. Go ahead and get my like in. Yes, everybody, hit that thumbs up button. Smash it, crush it, bop it, top it, drop it. We got John Hammer Time Holshoe in the house. John, what's up, my man? Dave's Collection, what's up? What's up, Easy Reader? What's up, Mars? What's up, Trade Paper Dad? Ooh, just got your Blood Skulls and Chrome. The last ones are going to pump out this week. So if you still haven't gotten yours, it will probably be this week. It will be this week. Unless you're a member of the Bad Batch. They're got to wait a little bit longer. Dun, 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 dun. What about Black Widow suing the MCU? Well, Disney, right? Yeah, that's interesting. Trade Paper Dad says, Face Off is a classic, best overacting Nick Cage ever. TM finally finished the Spawn Compendium. Yeah, I saw that, young man. Y'all were rushing through it. I had these. They are Marvel 92s. They may have released a 92, but it says 91 on the front right there. And Series 1 says 1990. So they may have been released later. But they say 91. Do giant snakes live in Japan? I don't know. That's a question for other people that are experts on that stuff, Mike. Kaiser wants to know, are y'all buying them Vault undressed variants? I got some of them. Big Herm says Sleepwalker was one of his favorites. Awesome. What do I think about the Scarlett Johansson suing Disney? Well, it's a breach of contract or something, right? So it has something to do with because they released it on Disney Plus, they're not going to be getting the revenue that they were. So she's out of some money that could have been, I don't know. It's something like that. I mean, let's be honest. Do we really care if rich people sue rich people about money? But, well, we know for certain that she's probably not going to be back in the MCU, right? Hey, Station, Comic Book G-Spot with the super chat. Awesome, Station, brother. Thank you. You're the man, Robbie. Thank you so much. That was a fun show. Thank you for having me on. Are Marvel cards back in again? Yeah, to some extent. There are actually cards, especially some of the holofoil ones or whatnot, that are actually worth a bit of money now, more so than they used to be. So it's definitely, if you have some, it's always worth checking out and seeing what they're going for, because they are kind of making a little bit of a comeback. I've had these things for years, decades even. John says, can you imagine if Black Widow would have been released as originally intended way back and only to theater and would have made no money? The delay plus Disney Plus was the best current way to make money. Valid. You know, I get it. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs, and honestly, I don't really care about rich people suing rich companies and this and that. Like, ScarJo's got money. She's fine, right? But at the same time, you know, if their lawyers think, bruh, I have a horse in this race. Let's be honest, though. This movie should have been released back in, like, Phase 2 or Phase 3. Whenever it should have been released, like, very shortly after Civil War. Not necessarily because that made sense in the time line, but it just, the story of Natasha finishes, and then we get a, like everything else to round it out in like almost like an afterthought. So weird to me. Albert's in the house says, Sleepwalker #1 was the first comic I ever bought back in 1991. Hell yeah. That's dope. I priced a Sleepwalker #1 the other day at the shop, and I was really surprised that it was not a dollar book. It was like $8 to $10 or something. Wild. I still have the 95 metal chrome cards, full set. Nice. I don't have a full set. I always wanted a full set of that one, but then I kind of quit. Mike's question about the giant snakes in Japan was a reference to Snake Eyes. But this is what's dumb. I don't care. Okay. Okay. These are obviously some kind of like crazy mystical snakes or something, right? So I don't mind so much the snake accuracy to the particular place in the world, but I thought about it, Mike. You know why they put snakes in it? Because the movie's called Snake Eyes. Like that's how Hollywood thinks sometimes. Disney does have more money. I mean, sure. Sue them. If anybody can successfully sue Disney, go for it. Tim's in the house, about to make a big fat sandwich for the stream. Oh, like a Shaggy Scooby-Doo style? What do I think of Olympics 3-on-3? Yeah, I haven't actually watched a lot of the 3-on-3. I've seen it. It's been on. I always pretty much just try to keep it on whatever I'm doing around the house. Like right now, it's on. Beach volleyball is what they're playing now. So I've seen a little bit of it, but I haven't gotten to invest in it. So it seems interesting. I watched surfing. This is the first year for surfing as well, and that was really dope. And I have watched every USA team, a basketball game, like men's USA basketball. I've watched every single one so far. Like I stayed up till 2 a.m. one night to watch it, and then I watched one at like 7 a.m. the other day, the Czech Republic game. But 3-on-3, it's an interesting concept to be in the Olympics, and I think it's cool. But I need to catch some on the rewind and see. You would imagine one thing is Olympic basketball is a bit more fast paced. Like, not that it's dynamically fast paced, okay, but there's less like flopping and less bullshit like that. Like they just kind of play, and the games are like relatively short, which I find really interesting. Maybe they're actually shorter. Periods, maybe quarters. Are they? I don't know. Travis says, when she died, Black Widow, in Endgame would have been more impactful if Black Widow had already came out before it. I agree. Mark, what's up, Mark from Geeks Unleashed? If they recast Black Widow, rather than bringing Scarlet back like Hugo Weaving not coming back and being replaced by Ross Marquand, question is, who would you love to see take the role as Natasha? I have no idea. I think they're going to move on. I think Yelena is going to be their Black Widow going forward. But I don't know who. I don't know. I'm not as plugged into like who the people are in Hollywood that would be getting these kind of gigs. Every time they announce like, hey, this person's playing this, I'm like, who the fuck is that? I have no idea. No idea. Like people are like, oh yeah, the guy that plays Snake Eyes, he's from the show. I'm like, I have no idea. They're like, oh, Shang-Chi, he's this guy. I have no idea who these people are anymore. I'm so out of the loop on that. Like I didn't always used to be like that. So if I had to pick one, I mean, Scarlett Johansson, bring her back. Like, I think she was fine as Black Widow. Sorry I don't have an actual. How did the USA men not have a 3x3 team? I don't know. I guess it would probably have had been like college players or something. I don't know if any pros would have wanted to do that. That's a whole different game from what they play, too. Make sure the movie has dice and snakes. Trade Paper Dad says, what's the better snake movie, Anaconda or Snakes on a Plane? Give me the plane. I'm going to go Anaconda on that one. I don't think either of them are particularly good movies. But if I had to pick one, I would pick Anaconda just on... I mean, they're both ridiculous, but that one's got Ice Cube and J-Lo, so that I don't know, that works for me. Snakes on a Plane didn't do much for me, though. It was all right. Officially Unofficial Geek Station, hello. How are you? Exactly, Albert. USA should have just taken Ice Cube's 3-on-3 squad from Big Three, says Trade Paper Dad. Dave's Collection. I don't blame you as much as Marvel movies. I watched over the years. It really don't matter. Just tell the story right. I didn't think they told the story right in Black Widow, and I think the release was part of it. But it's one. There's each individual story, then there's overall stories, right? And there's subplots, this and that, things like that. But that's valid. Fair enough. Fair enough. Batfleck is banging J-Lo again. I hear that. Rob, you still reading Red Room? Bruh, you know I'm still reading Red Room. Number 3 comes out this week. Very excited. I will continue reading Red Room. Trust me. I actually buy and keep those. I love that. That's totally up my alley. I agree. Black Widow should have come out before her death, and it would have made her death more impactful. It would have. See, this is the thing. The death of Natasha in Avengers Endgame kind of falls flat for me. No pun intended. But like, I really feel like this movie would have helped that moment sell, right, a lot better. But at the same time, I think the movie could have been structured differently. I went on my thoughts a few weeks ago on Rockin Robbie Live. What did I give it? 3, you digs? 2.5, 3? 3 probably. Keeping all red rooms. Hell yeah. You know, Trade Paper Dad, that was a completely unintentional thing there. The fall flat. I agree. The death of Natasha was not impactful at all the way it went down. Yeah. Hey, Reggie's in the house. What's up, Reggie Simmons? Thank you for the super chat. Station back. Thank you so much, Reggie. I do appreciate that. I appreciate all the support, and you have been supporting consistently and for a long time. We really do appreciate it, homie. In fact, the camera we use for the weekly comic book review and weekly pop culture wrap-up is officially called the PCP Reggie. Jay Nunya says, Scarlett suing Disney means major ramifications in Hollywood. It could, because now we may have, what's her name, Emma Stone or whatever from Cruella follow suit, this and that. It's a weird situation for the movie industry to be in right now, where you had a pandemic that shut down productions, shut down releases, shut down theaters, closed theaters. Some theaters never came back. And as they have reopened and there's been resurgences in areas of COVID and the Delta variant or whatever, right? Like, not as many people are going to the movies as they were. They also have the option to stay at home. More people probably would have stayed at home. But if they were only released in theaters, maybe some of these movies have a pull. But the way that people consume their movies is different. When you're talking about where they make their money is when, like, theaters make their money and thrive when, like, families and groups of friends come in to go to the theater, right? Because then you're all this stuff. Now, if you're in the family aspect, let's say you got a few kids and you're going to go see Black Widow or whatever, and you're going to get snacks, you're going to get drinks, that becomes very costly, and we know this over years and years. Just the theater sales have been going down. More people are streaming at home. More people are watching things on demand. More people are waiting. And then this last year, just, it's easy to break a habit. When you have a habit like that's not something essential, like, say, movie watching, it's easy for that to be broken. And then when will you return? Who knows? You know? So. And Black Widow just wasn't the movie to do it, I don't think, because it's a rather oddly placed, like, we are so far removed from Endgame. And the other thing is that Marvel's in the kind of was in the bad spot of having just finished, like, this giant epic Thanos Infinity Gauntlet arc, right? So they were like, oh shit. Well, luckily they had those TV shows. WandaVision caused a little bit of, some chatter. People were talking. A Falcon and Winter Soldier, and then Loki has proven to be, I think, an incredibly successful show for them. And the ending has got a lot of people excited now for what's coming up in the MCU. But more people are also buying really nice TVs, really big TVs, really great sound systems. Some theaters are getting worn down. They don't clean the bathrooms as well. Other theaters are really nice, but they cost more. So it's a weird place to be in. But whatever. Maybe they'll just start making good movies. I hear this. It's a crazy ass concept. What if you made really good movies that people wanted to see in the theater because it was going to be some kind of, like, awesome, explosive experience, like great action or amazing special effects or something to draw you in? Like in the midst of that, a really good story where you came out not making fun of the movie or talking shit about the movie, but actually enjoying it. Wouldn't that be wild? I think if more movies were good, more people would go to the theater. Has Disney settled with ScarJo yet? I don't know if they have, but I'm sure that's what's going to happen. I don't understand the after credits of Black Widow. Why pick a fight with Hawkeye? That's one of the problems with the after credits scene there is that, yeah, why? It's obviously just setting up something maybe in the Hawkeye show. So we'll see. Hammer Time says, clearly they set up Florence Pugh to take over the role, and with Disney lawsuit, we sure as hell ain't going to see no more ScarJo in any Marvel or Disney property. If they did want to bring Natasha back, they would. See, it's so freaking weird. The Marvel Studios has displayed their ability to recast people if they're not getting along in some form or fashion, usually when it comes to money, right? Natasha's story's done, though, right? So they've set up Yelena, right? But, like, they recast Rhodey, they recast Banner, and so they've never had a problem recasting roles until T'Challa, which I still don't like the idea of him not being recast. And that's just because I think that character is more important than... I think what Boseman did with the performance is amazing, and it's endearing, and it will last. But at the same time, that character is very important to the Marvel Universe and to the Marvel fans. So maybe eventually they will. We'll see. Fable in the house, a most hearty station to you, Robbie, and the PCP Army. What's up, guys? What's up, buddy? Mark says, on one hand, I agree with her suing due to breach of contract, and on the other side, she could be shooting herself in the foot for future Disney or Marvel movies, or just movies in general, like, you know, like of any other, you know, production company or, you know, film company, film studio, like, maybe like Universal or maybe Paramount wouldn't want to do a ScarJo like centric movie because she sued Disney. You know, I don't know. And even though they're totally going to settle this and they'll both be happy, both parties at some point, right? But like Disney doesn't want that publicity. That's like worse for them, I think, than actually having to fork over money. Mad Respects in the House says, last theater movie for me was Birds of Prey. Wow. I've been going back to the theaters. It's incredibly dead. And I also, having worked at theaters for a long time, I know the hot times to not go, you know? So like today we went at like 1 to see Snake Eyes and there was nobody there. When we were leaving, there were a lot of like families there. So they must have been there for some cartoon movie or something. It's a giant-ass ant crawling up the wall over there. It's like, do I have something to throw at it? Do I really think that I would accurately throw and hit that ant? That's a huge-ass ant. It's crawling up near Snake Mountain. What's up with that? All right. It's out of sight, out of mind now. Newest Detective Comics this week was awesome. Says AJW. The backup story with Man-Bat was the highlight for sure. Rom on Justice League Dark will hopefully bring him back. Well, that story was written by Dan Waters, and it's setting up what Man-Bat's death. Man-Bat dies in there because there's that book coming out called Task Force Z, in which Red Hood is tasked with kind of doing like a Suicide Squad version of villains who had died and have been brought back as zombies. And Man-Bat's one of them, and it's written by Dan Waters. No, it's not. That's not written by Dan Waters. That's written by Matty Rosenberg, right? I think Dan Waters is writing the Arkham one with Danny. That's going to be freaking awesome. But I agree, that was a really good episode. Or issue. Team Nerdy says, Harley Quinn hammered that like button, everybody. Station. Robbie, have you seen Fast 9? It's epically unrealistic but entertaining. Trade Paper Dad, I have seen Fast 9. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I had enough fun with it. I think you could have shaved 20 minutes of it out. Okay, so this week is Face Off, and the next week is the finale of Action Fest, which will be all of the Fast and Furious movies. It's not a franchise to take seriously, but seriously, there are some really good movies in that franchise. In particular, 4, 5, and 7, I would say. That being said, 9 is really starting to push it. It's really getting dumb. But at the same time, it was fun. It was fun for me to watch. I really liked the jungles, is it the jungle or the desert? When they eventually go up and they have to jump the bridge, like I actually really like that sequence. And when they send Ludacris and Tyrese into space, and just every time it cut back in the movie to them in space, I just laughed. It just was like, I was like, this is a movie that is now embracing the absurdity of it in the craziest ways. But then it just kills you sometimes when Vin Diesel still thinks, like I think everybody in these films, everybody that makes these films and everybody that acts in them knows what they are, except for Vin Diesel. I think Vin Diesel really thinks that these are it. I think he takes it more seriously than other people do. Hollywood unions want a piece of the subscription pie, and that's the thing, Jay, is that will be the ramification because we have to hit a new world now. There's a new way of the audience wants to participate in film in a different way. A lot of them choose to stay at home, go through that kind of streaming service or whatnot. And Hollywood wants in on that, like those companies. And that's why you start seeing all these places like Paramount Plus or Discovery Plus or, Peacock and all that shit, because that they're trying to get in that bread butter. The bread butter? Like, people make butter out of bread. Is that a thing? Bread, that buttered bread. But it's a whole new ball game, and so it's going to take some while for it to shift, right? Will they adapt, or will they go the way of the dodo? Find out next week on Rockin Robbie Live. It all hinges on this week. Jungle Cruise. I didn't watch Jungle Cruise. It's got The Rock in it. Should I watch Jungle Cruise? I skipped Space Jam too. I was like going to go see it too, but I was like, I have this idea in my head that I can watch 2 or 3 movies at the theater a week, but I can't. Especially with Horror Fest on the way and Action Fest concluding, and Dylan's Horror Show and Sunday morning movies and this and that. But I can't complain. I mean, here I am talking about movies and comics. It's what I love to do. Let me back up a little bit. You all might not like my hot take, but I thought Sweet Paprika was awesome, says Promiscuous Time Traveler. I enjoyed it. I don't typically call myself a Mirka Andolfo fan, and most of her work, like, I just make it through one issue and I'm done, but I was actually rather impressed with Sweet Paprika. I kind of liked it. I liked it. Garrison says, ScarJo shone a light on revenue streams. Actors will now negotiate contracts that include streaming services just like theater revenue. There you go. Mad is Rising Joker puzzle book. Yeah, it comes out this week. I've read it. I have thoughts. I'm really looking forward to the Fear State storyline that's in the Gotham comics. Yes, me too. This new issue of Batman this week leads right into it. Albert liked Mercy. That one didn't sell me, but Mercy, Unsacred, and what's the other one? It's Unnatural, I think. Simple story, really. Family. Bread 68's like, don't be talking about bread. What is messed up is that the headlines are making Scarlett to seem like an idiot or that she's wrong, but it's basic wage theft and the company is going to get away with it in terms of settlement. But if it shines that light, Dev Patel is an underrated gem. I agree. He was one of my favorite movies ever, Slumdog Millionaire. Me and Mike were originally going to watch, or Mike wanted to watch The Green Knight today. And I was like, nah, Jamie wants to watch that. And Jamie's out of town for like a week or so. And so I got to wait to watch The Green Knight. And I was like, we can go watch Snake Eyes. And I have never seen Mike. Like, I have seen me, I've seen Jelani, I've seen Brooks. I have seen my friends pissed off after watching a movie. Like, mad that they felt like they wasted their time and all this stuff. And Mike's been giving me all this shit over the last few weeks about how you need to let go of what you think about Masters of the Universe, and you need to let go of what you interpret as those characters, and you should just watch this and enjoy it and not be so hard on the new Masters show. And he came out of that theater, and he was fucking mad, because Mike is a huge G.I. Joe fan, and Mike was not pleased. And like on the ride home, he gave me the whole history of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. And they did way freaking different in the thing, so. Hey, Rob, you never did top 5 Danny Boyle movies. Huh. Maybe we'll do that next time, since we're wrapping up the top 5 films of each year of the 80s tonight. I have not watched Cemetery Man yet. ScarJo did lose money on the back end. Yeah, I agree. I get that. I get all that. What's up, Circumstances? Did you also read Get Joker? Is it good? AJW, unfortunately, we were shorted our copies of Suicide Squad Get Joker, so I have not read that one yet. So, and knowing the way that Lunar replaces shortages, I don't know if we're going to have it on release day, so I may not even have it to read this week. And I do not have a hookup to DC in any kind of way, or know anybody that has the hookup with DC in order to get an early advance copy of it. So, unfortunately, it looks like I'm not going to be able to read that one, but I will be able to read it in time for the top 10 video with Jim Mint. So I wish I could tell you. I was really excited to read it and see what's going on. Hasbro knows how to get us with the figures, but for some reason, not the movies. I walked out and I saw Mike out in the parking lot, and I was like, man, they still don't know how to make a G.I. Joe movie, do they? Is anyone else excited about seeing Halloween Kills in October? I know a lot of people that are. My buddy Dylan from Dylan's Horror Show is a huge fan of that new one, so he's really excited. And my buddy John's excited. I'm curious, but I'm not necessarily super excited. I didn't really necessarily like that last one. It had moments, but I am really just... I do not like this whole trend in horror movies right now where it's like, let's ignore all the sequels and do a direct sequel to the first one. That would have worked like 20, 30 years ago. But I don't want to... I'm not interested in seeing a 60-something-year-old fucking Leatherface. You know, that's just me. But I'm a bit snobby still sometimes when it comes to horror movies, which is really weird because I watch some of the dumbest, stupidest shit and enjoy it. So... Bobby De La Ghetto says 80 in the chat. Can we see some more likes? Come on, y'all. Throw that like button now. Throw that like button out. If you want to scream and shout, just let us know. How do you do? We're going to have a good time tonight. Figure Drawing says, Robbie with the hot take. Props, man. I liked Halloween 2018. I'm glad. I thought it was okay. We actually covered it last year for Horror Fest. It was our finale because we like to end with Halloween, obviously. And this year we're ending with all the Halloweens. We're all 12 films because Halloween Kills will be out by the end of October, obviously, because it comes out like the 15th. And so that's going to be the end of Horror Fest, is going to be all 12 Halloween films. The full reveal is coming up tonight. You looking forward to the upcoming Chuck TV show? Oh, Chucky? Nah, I can't say that I am. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I like the Child's Play Chucky franchise enough for the most part. We covered it on Dylan's Horror Show, like earlier, like in the summer or spring. And I like it enough, right? But, I don't know. I need to watch the trailer for this. I think some of the last movies are... I'm confusing them now. I don't think I like Cult. I like Seed. I don't think I like Cult. I think I like Curse. I don't remember. I really don't, actually. Bride of Chucky is probably one of my favorites. That and Chucky 3. Like Child's Play 3 and Bride of Chucky. Those are my favorites. I used to be terrified of those movies when I was a kid, though. Not those two in particular. It was 1 and 2. Yeah, we're excited for the Halloween-a-thon. We did Friday the 13th last year, all the Friday the 13th movies, and I did it in the wrong way, so we were gassed. It was like a 3-hour show, and like at the end, I'm like, we're about to have to just speed through the last 6 movies. So we didn't really get it. It didn't really have the time to shine. I like doing the franchise reviews. Like, it's easy when you do something like John Wick or Rambo. It's a little bit shorter. Even if, like, we did, okay, so I'm hearing this from the PCP crew. Excitable we are. I'm totally hearing this because we got 10 Fast and Furious movies, and then we got 10 Hellraiser movies, and then we'll have 12 Halloween movies. That's why I kept telling people, start watching your Hellraisers now. I still have to watch Fate of the Furious. I actually watched 9 before I watched Fast and Furious 7 and 8. And I was kind of confused on some things, but then watching 7 introduced a lot of the concepts that they were using. AJW says, dude, I love all the videos you upload. Thank you. The Infinite Crisis review was great. Thank you. Countdown to Final Crisis is epic. I loved the Piper and Trickster stories. If you do a Final Crisis review video, we are going to do a Final Crisis video. It's part of season 3, but the season's it's a longer season now. Like a season of Comics Revisited is like 2 years basically because it's 20 episodes a season, and we're doing it monthly now. But it's best not even to look at it in terms of seasons anymore. I really like the live format that we were doing. I think the Infinite Crisis one went really, really well. I like that format. I'm really excited for the next episode, which is August 30th, I believe. It's the last Monday of the month. It's always the last Monday of the month. And we're doing the New 52 Wonder Woman run by Brian Azzarello, Cliff Chang, and company. And we will be joined by Joe Corallo for that. So I'm very, very excited. Who, by the way, did an amazing job hosting the Friday night stream for Comics by Perch. I believe it was Joe's first time hosting a show like that. And he did a fantastic job. He had Jeff Thorne there, Green Lantern writer, and he had Sean G. Murphy there, Batman White Knight writer and illustrator. They had a really cool conversation that went all over the place, but was awesome. And those are the conversations that we need to have, not some of the nonsense that we see in other places. Any Freddy Krueger movie love? Yes, we're saving that one for 2022. They're in the PCP army. I think I don't want to speak for people, but I know that Jay Strick and Hammer Time in particular are probably bigger fans of Nightmare franchise than they are others. For me, it's Halloween and Phantasm. I like Freddy. I really do. I love the first one. I love the third one. I love the sixth one, and I love the seventh one. So that's the original, and then that's Dream Warriors, and then that's Freddy's Dead, and then that's New Nightmare. So I like those ones. I need to rewatch Freddy's 2. I'm really looking forward to revisiting 2 because I feel like I would probably appreciate it more now. But I really do not like Dream Master or Dream Child at all, really. But they have elements that are still fun. Yeah. I am a Freddy fan, though. Freddy's Dead is awesome. It gets a lot of hate, a lot of shit, Fable, but I love Freddy's Dead. Now you're playing with power. Oh, stupid-ass movie. I love it. Tim says, my cousin, Brian Miller, did the makeup effects for the first Nightmare on Elm Street station. Do a Comics Revisited on Tynan's run on Justice League. You mean the Snyder Tynan run? Maybe one day. We go with things that are a little bit older for the most part, or we do like to revisit white noise stuff though. Tynan did have a lot to do with that Justice League run, but Justice League Dark, we could do that eventually too. The first Tynan book that you may see wind up on Comics Revisited would probably be an earlier book. We have I know what we're doing this year. Is it this? I think it's the other notebook. Yeah, there it is. So this isn't in any particular order. All right, this is in no particular order, but these are some of the stories we'll be doing in Comics Revisited coming up. Pax Romana, the Jonathan Hickman book, Wonder Woman New 52, Sandman Book 3 and Book 4. We've already done Book 1 and 2. Earth X, The Savage Shores, True Lies of the Fabulous Killjoys, the original one. Let's see, Akira. We're doing Akira. We're doing All-Star Superman, Fearscape, Ultimates, the original Ultimates run by Brian Hitch and Mark Miller, Elektra Assassin, Final Crisis, and Invisibles. So it's a pretty banger list. So during the holidays, you should do Silent Night, Deadly Nights, just so you can sit around yelling Garbage Day. We kind of already did that one. We did that last Christmas. So we did, for Christmas, we all did horror. And when we do the horror stuff, we do it in conjunction with Dylan over at Dylan's Horror Show. So we did Black Christmas, and then the original. And then the next evening over at Dylan's Horror Show, we did Silent Night, Deadly Night 1 and 2. And then the week after that, we did Gremlins, and then Dylan did Krampus. So we're doing that again for Halloween, for Horror Fest. So the list you're getting tonight is the PCP side of the list, right? It's the PCP side of the list. Dylan's very close to finalizing, but I know the majority of what Dylan's planning, and it goes. Dylan likes to plan his that go kind of thematically tie into what we're doing. Oh yeah, that's it. Memetic would probably be the first one that we did from Tynan. Memetic is really freaking good. Cognetics, all right. What's the other one called? I didn't like the third one. I didn't like as much. What is that one called? There's 3 of them. This is kind of like his own Apocalypse trilogy, right? But really, really love Memetic, and I was singing the praises of Memetic when that first came out. You can find the video. It's amazing. Justice League Dark got me through tough times while my grandfather was sick and passed away. Oh, that sucks. That run holds and still holds a special place in my heart. Station. Would you recommend reading the New 52 Batman run at all, or Snyder's All-Star Batman to be sure on New 52 stuff? I would highly recommend reading Scott Snyder's Batman from New 52. All-Star Batman, it's okay. But Batman by Snyder and Capullo and others, really solid. Definitely worth checking out. Also check out in Rebirth, right after that if you want, you can check out Tynan's Detective Comics run. That's another one we may revisit at some point. Stefan says, Pax Romana, Earth X, All-Star Superman, and the Ultimates. Are you trying to spoil us, Robbie? Yeah, we're trying to spoil ourselves, too. We want to read some good comics and talk about them. We want to... Comics Revisited is cool because not everybody's been in the industry for a long time, and not everybody's been able to go back and look at these things. The Woods is one I've never read, Albert, but I hear really good things. So some people may not have ever even heard of Pax Romana or the Ultimates, and how the Ultimates is exactly like the inspiration for the MCU. Eugenic, thank you. That's a killer list. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's yeah. That's a good one. That's a real good one. I'll be honest. I think we did well. I honestly think all of the Comics Revisited episodes are good. So if you guys have not checked out our previous episodes, do check them out. We just started it as a relaunched live show, but the first 40 episodes are all done in studio with me and a guest. There's some shaky episodes in there. We didn't quite know what we wanted to do. And the first 8 episodes are all about Venom books. But there's some good episodes in there, including Mouse and Watchmen. I think those are 2 of the best. And we do Watchmen because we were just like, we got to do Watchmen. Let's just get it fuck over with. All right. Speaking of comics, let's talk about our favorite comic book of last week. In fact, it's time for us to talk about our Pick of the Week. My pick of the week was Gru meets Tarzan. I know, man. I know. Other people were like, yo, what about Something That's Killing the Children? Yo, what about this book? What about this book? Yo, this was, to me, the most fun I had, and it took me back to those days. I used to read Gru back in the day. here and there. And then I was reading it a little bit more frequently throughout the 90s and early 2000s, catching up on some trade paperbacks and stuff. And I haven't read Gru since then. And this was nowhere on my radar. I was surprised when I looked at the list last week and I was like, Gru's coming out? Gru meets Tarzan? There's that giant-ass ant again. So I picked it up and it just took me right the F back. Mark Evanier, Tom Yates, and of course Sergio Aragonés. Fantastic book. It's hilarious. It pokes fun at itself. It's got this great, like, Where's Waldo type scene when they're at, like, a comic book con. There's this dude dressed as Batman. There's tons of Batman all around him dressed, and he says, the reason I like cosplaying is it makes me stand out in front of the crowd. It's throwing off on old bits. It gets meta. It's got Mark and Sergio and special guests in there like Stan Sakai and whatnot. And it basically involves they're going to a con. Sergio's got this idea that he wants to do a Tarzan crossover, and he's always loved Tarzan. And he goes to sleep and he starts dreaming of a Tarzan story. And so that's what's going on here. And that's when Thomas Yates comes on to do the artwork, classically rendered, beautiful stuff. Then it switches to a Gru story where the team-up is going to happen. All the Gru bits are done by Sergio Aragonés. So the styles are completely different, but they are exactly what you expect for what's going on. If you're not familiar, Gru is a Conan-type buffoonish character named Gru the Wanderer. There was a Marvel Epic Comics run that lasted for a while. It jumped over to Dark Horse during the Maverick line. And it's a great book. Sergio Aragonés was a writer and an artist, illustrator for Mad Magazine. You'll probably know a lot of his work from that. And this makes fun of that. It makes fun of the ideas that people think he's the one that did Spy versus Spy and when he's at the con and whatnot. But all in all, it's great. Humor is not something that we talk a lot about in comic books as a genre. You know, when you go to the movie store, comedies are prevalent, but what are comedies when it comes to comic books? Well, there used to actually be more of these things back in the 80s and the 90s, and there's still some today, but this is humor done right in a comic book, and at the same time, the Tarzan bits are truly respectful to that character and his representation and artistic interpretation. So my favorite book of the week was Gru Meets Tarzan, #1. And right now I want to know, what did you think of this book if you read it? What do you think of Gru in general if you know about him? And what was your pick of the week? So let's take a look at the chat. See what you say, what you say. I'll tell you this, I cannot wait to check out Comics with Bueller tomorrow morning for the new Coffee and Comic Show to see what he has to say about the pick this week. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Nick? Easy Reader says, Beta Ray Bill #5. Fable loved Gru. Nick says Gru was great. Brother Joe says, Gru is my man. Albert loves the art in Gru. Eric says, can't choose between Son of Kal-El and Barbaric. Both so good in different, very different ways. I loved Barbaric. Son of Kal-El, I thought was solid, but there wasn't enough. I needed a little bit more to have like a threat that like would lean through, if that makes sense. Can't wait for the next issue of Gru Meets Tarzan. Loving it so far. Hell yeah. So when Bueller tells everybody tomorrow morning that he thought my pick was bullshit, y'all back me up, okay? I don't know if Bueller's ever read a Gru comic in his life, but he should. He would really like it. I would say we should A-OK him some Gru comics, but he would just sell them so he can get his van and get on the road with Bueller. Get on the road. Get on the road with Bueller, get on the road. I hope he lets me record him a theme song. Let's see. Officially Unofficial Geek says, my pick of the week was Superman, Son of Kal-El. Inspiring message. All right. Bryant says, Infinite Frontier and Icon and Rocket. Reverse Amoeba says, something is killing the children. Department of Truth, Beta Ray Bill, Cable, and Spawn were great. Loved Superman in Action Comics as well. Did anyone like the Wonder Woman art style change with it being like storybook, or is anyone just tired of the Afterworld storyline like I am beginning to be? Well, at the end of the story, she winds up back on Earth, so it's about to be wrapping up. I like the idea of having a different artist to tell these different stories, but the way it was structured, it was so freaking heavy on the Valhalla run, and then these two were just almost like afterthoughts for Afterworlds. You know what I'm saying? So it just structurally didn't really feel like that worked as a whole. But I'm a huge Jill Thompson fan, and I thought her art was amazing in that Wonder Woman story. But I really like the artwork there. Comic Book Therapy says Black Widow. Tacky says Icon and Rocket. Nick says had a great time with Son of Kal-El. Someone said Son of Kal-El felt like a Zero issue. That's what it was like for me. Still liked it. Did you miss Gru versus Conan a few years ago? Yeah, I did, actually. I need to get back and I need to pick that up and read it. I loved Gru meets Tarzan. Watch out for that. Robbie, that's what happened to that guy in Creepshow. My pick of the week was Darling #2, mostly because it keeps making me cry. I'm not familiar with that one. John says, Gru reminds me of the art in Mad Magazine. Is this a bit? I don't know if this is a bit or not, so I'll just, if it's a bit, you got me. But yeah, the Sergio Aragonés was an artist in Mad Magazine. Get on the road with Bueller needs more of a country twang. Get on the road with Bueller, get on the road. Get on the road with Bueller, we getting on the road. How's that? Is that all right? Fantastic Four 34 was cool. Yeah, I'm really surprised that Fantastic Four is good right now. I'm actually shocked. Yeah. Is Infinite Frontier going to be dark as death metal? Probably not. Josh Williamson's got more of a bright, vibrant type style. You can just check out his work on Flash and stuff like that to see that. But also, Infinite Frontier is just building into whatever the next Crisis event's going to be. I met Jill Thompson at a con in Toronto, and she was super nice. I was like, you drew Sandman, right? I would have been like, you drew Invisibles, too. What did you think of Sweet Paprika? I liked it, John. I liked it. I mentioned it in my weekly comic book review. It was my number 10 on my top 10 with Jim Mint Collectibles. Granted, we were short a lot of books. I didn't get to read that Texas Blood, so I want to check it out. But I actually liked Sweet Paprika. I thought it was good. It was a fun little, like, erotic sex comedy with angels and demons and CEOs and mailmen. Whatever. I don't know. It felt like a really fun, goofy fantasy version of Red Shoe Diaries or something. I don't fucking know how to describe it without sounding like a fucking creep. How is Doctor Doom getting married but also doing his thing in the Guardians of the Galaxy books? They don't take place at the same time. That's what it is. Like, this one takes place here, and then maybe a little bit later is the Guardians or this or that. And if you read how the story wraps up, Doom doesn't quite actually get married. Trade Paper Dad liked Good Agent 3 and Shadow Doctor 5. Get on the road with Bueller. Get on the road. Isn't Fear State the next Crisis? No, it's just the next little Batman event. It starts in September. Or this month. Is it this month? I think it's this month. No, it's not the next Crisis. Here's the thing. Joshua Williamson has said that, like, they're taking their time to lead into this next Crisis. It is not Infinite Frontier. Infinite Frontier is setting things up, resulting from the last Crisis and setting things up into the next one. From what I am aware, there will be 3 6-issue series that kind of lead into what will be the next Crisis, as well as other things. But Fear State is just a Scarecrow-centric, Gotham-oriented story that starts pretty much at the end of the newest issue of Batman. Comic Book Therapy says Black Widow was my pick. Bryant wants to know, anybody reading Phantom on the scan? So good. I only read the first issue, and I was confused, and I didn't pick it up when it came back out, but let me know if it's worth it. It should only have a country twang after the van breaks down. Yeah, Batman has a Fear State comic starting in late August, and as well as a free comic book day. Psycho Pirate and Infinite Frontier. Bruh, yeah, I know, right? I know. Super excited. All right, we're about to take a quick break, but don't worry. When we come back, we'll be taking a look at what's coming up in shops this week, and I'll be giving you my thoughts on the DC books that I did get to read. Like I said, we were short Suicide Squad Get Joker, so that one's not going to be read in time for this, obviously. But we'll be right back. We got lots of more stuff coming up tonight. Catch you later. Welcome back here to Pop Culture Philosophers, in particular Rockin Robbie Live, here on a Sunday night, the first Sunday night in August. In fact, it's the first night in August. These hot August nights. You know how we kicking it like Neil Diamond, everybody. What's up? I'm Rockin Robbie Billups. Thank you so much for coming back. We've had a great show already. We're going to continue to have a great show talking about comic books, movies, pop culture, and a whole lot more in the next hour. We'll be talking about what comic books are coming up this week. We'll be doing a sneak peek at the DC books that I've been able to read. We were shorted on Suicide Squad Get Joker, and that's unfortunate. And I will be giving my review about Snake Eyes, the G.I. Joe movie. Another attempt at G.I. Joe. You can follow Pop Culture Philosophers on Facebook and on Instagram. And if you're on Facebook, you might as well join the PCP Army. It's the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheRockinRobbie. And you can check out our website, popculturephilosophers.com, for blogs, podcasts, and of course, merch. And of course, you can find those links to merch in the descriptions down below. Get your PCP t-shirt. We don't make hardly any money off of it, but it's just cool seeing them out there in the wild. You know what I'm saying? Jim Mint wound up wearing one in one of his latest videos, and I was just like, station. And yeah, we're going to get on John. We need a station shirt. Anyway, there's also Bad Batch shirts, so I don't know exactly how to get one of those, but Manny and the rest of the Bad Batch do, so they can let you know in the chat right there. So there you go. If you want to support the channel, you can do so with a super chat tonight. In fact, we've gotten a few already. We appreciate that. If we get $30 more in super chats, we're opening it up. One of these Transformers, y'all get to pick. But that's $30 more in super chats throughout the rest of the night. We'll see what happens. But if you want to go into a little bit further in your support, you can do so at patreon.com/PCP, like these fine PCP Patriots right there. Tomorrow night here on the channel, join us for a bonus edition of PCP Movie Night Action Fest, brought to you by Bullseye Bob from Everything Comics. Shogun Assassin. This movie is dope. I cannot wait to chat with Bullseye Bob and the excitable PCP crew about that. Then Action Fest continues on through. Face Off is the movie of the week. That's Friday, 9 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be joined by Perry from Perry Comics. And Dylan's Horror Show on Saturday night, 6 p.m. Central Time. The movie of the week there is The Blob, the 1988 remake. We now pause for station identification. All right, so we are back. So I saw a question right before I dipped out for break that asked what is or what defines a DC crisis event. DC crisis events are basically defined by the idea that the multiverse or the omniverse is in some kind of way or another in peril, right? So it's not just a crossover. It's not just a DC crossover, which come and go, but it's a true crisis, meaning like reality is getting shattered. Like at Marvel, you could call Infinity Gauntlet, you could call that a little bit of a crisis event, and you could call Secret Wars, the Jonathan Hickman one, that's the most like a DC crisis event. But that's what it is. It usually involves cross-world heroes and villains teaming up, meeting up, and the fate of the multiverse. And usually it's a chance afterwards to kind of reset some things. And that's why it's not always the coolest sometimes for DC to keep hitting that crisis button. But ultimately they don't do it as often as you think. Some crisis events are low-key crisis events where they're trying to iron out some of the things that were left dangling, like 0 Hour, Convergence. Those are like soft crisis events, but the big ones would be Crisis on Infinite Earths, Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, Flashpoint, and then Dark Knight's Metal and Dark Knight's Death Metal. Those are crisis events too. Of which Death Metal being the biggest one, and like honestly, but I don't know, Metal introducing the idea of the dark multiverse is pretty dope too. So. Tim says, missing Bullseye Bob tonight. Yeah, but you'll get plenty of them tomorrow night. Would you consider Heroes in Crisis to be a minor crisis? No, it's not a crisis event at all. It's a crisis in name. It's the same thing with Identity Crisis, the Brad Meltzer, Rags Morales book. it's not a crisis event as far as what crisis means. It's just a word that they use sometimes to make a book get more attention that maybe wouldn't. Face-Off's effects made my sister puke as a kid, although Tool music videos gave her the same reaction. I like that. That's nice. That's nice. I'm excited to revisit Face-Off. I haven't revisited this one in a while, and I am shocked to find out it's like 2 hours and like fucking 20 minutes long. Like, what? What? Why is that movie over 2 hours long? We'll see. It's John Woo. It's John Woo. We were talking about Face-Off last year because we did the Mission Impossible franchise for Action Fest. And we were talking about how much I hated Mission Impossible 2. And that's a John Woo film. And I was like, man, if this makes Face-Off look like fucking, Citizen Kane. So maybe we should do Face-Off next year. So here we're doing it. And Perry's never seen it. So that's awesome. I hope he does a reaction video on his channel for it. Face-Off is a weird stretch, though. I mean, that's basically weird stretch of the movie, right? I mean, like, let's just be honest. I agree. Just another nerd 5,000, but I've honestly have only seen. I think I've only seen the 3. Hard Boiled, MI2, and Face-Off. And I'm sure there's something else that I'm probably forgetting. What's up, Patrick? How are you doing? I like Hard Boiled, though. That's actually a good movie. The Killer says Fable is my favorite Woo movie. I've never seen that one. Maybe we should do a John Woo poll next year. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. No. Hashtag McDonald's salty fries. Delicious. Super delicious. Just another nerd 5,000 also seconds that notion about The Killer. All right, let's take a look at what's coming up in shops this week. So this week, I actually haven't looked. So let's see. From Image Comics. We'll start with Image. Why do I keep doing that? Commanders in Crisis number 11. That's the penultimate issue. We got Firepower number 14. Geiger number 5. Good Asian number 4. Hey Kids. Comics. Profits and Loss number 4. Inkblot number 11. The Me You Love in the Dark, number 1. 7 to Eternity, 17. Skybound X, number 5. Stillwater, number 9. And a bunch of Stray Dog new printings. Trover Saves the Universe, number 1, from the co-creator of Rick and Morty, I believe. And Walking Dead Deluxe, number 20. From Dark Horse Comics, we got Cyberpunk 2077, You Have My Word, number 2. Gollum Walks Among Us, number 1. Ginny Zero, number 4. The trade paperback for Lost on Planet Earth. A fantastic book. It was a Comixology original. Fans of Star Trek might want to check this one out. And the biggest thing that I got to say, edited by Joe Corallo. So y'all should check it out. Lucky Devil, number 1. And The Worst Dudes, number 3. From IDW, we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Best of Casey Jones. Transformers, number 33. Transformers King Grimlock, number 1. From Marvel in the 2021s. We got Avengers, number 47. Oh, they're doing an omnibus for Dan Jurgens' Captain America. That's dope. That's really cool. Deadpool, Black, White, and Blood, number 1. Extreme Carnage, Lasher, number 1. Guardians of the Galaxy Annual, Hellions, number 14. And Mortal Hulk 49, the penultimate issue. Let's see, what else? Savage Avengers 23, Silk number 5, Sinister War number 2, Spirits of Vengeance Spirit Rider number 1, Star Wars Bounty Hunters number 15, part of the War of the Bounty Hunters event, Trials of Ultraman number 5, Web of Spider-Man number 3, X-Men number 2, and there you go. From Dynamite. What do we got? We got Elvira meets Vincent Price number 1. I am really freaking excited for this book. Invincible Red Sonja number 3. Vampirella number 22. From Boom Studios, we got Basilisk number 3. Buffy the Vampire Slayer 28. Magic the Gathering number 5. Seven Secrets number 11. And Wind number 9. And from other publishers, we got Blade Runner 2029 number 6, Chasing the Dragon number 5, Engine Ward number 11, Heavy number 7, Horizon 0, Dawn, Liberation number 1, Porcelain number 1, MFKZ number 2, Not All Robots number 1 from ADW, ADW, and Out of Body number 3, Red Room number 3, and We Don't Kill Spiders number 1, a new one from Scout. Out of everything releasing, what am I most looking forward to? Geiger, Stillwater, Not All Robots, Elvira meets Vincent Price, and Red Room number 3. What are you most looking forward to, y'all? Sound off. Give Liquid Swords from Genius Jizza a listen. If you dug Shogun Assassin, he uses a bunch of samples from it. It's classic. Oh, yes. Thank you. Liquid Swords from Genius. The score in that one is like on a level. It's like a Fabio Frisi score, man. The guy that did like a lot of the Fulci films. It gave me very distinct zombie kind of vibes at times. I loved the music. This movie, Bob sent... The reason why I'm saying is presented to you by Bullseye Bob. By the way, yeah, we're still talking about comics. What are you looking forward to this week? But for Shogun Assassin tomorrow night, Bob bought me the DVD of it and on Amazon and sent it to me. And he was like, you got to watch this movie. You are going to love this movie. And I fucking did. And I cannot wait to talk about it tomorrow. Liquid Swords from Genius Jizza. Oh, man. I know I promised a 4-hour stream, but can we cut it short so I can go listen to that? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Thank you for that. Hey, guys. I got a little bit late. I got in a little late today. I'm cooking Cajun chicken. Hell yeah, Patrick. Some good Cajun seasoning on some chicken never hurt nobody. Can't beat those Wu-Tang solo albums. Shogun Assassin, the original Lone Wolf and Cub films and manga are great too. I love the manga. I've read like the first like 3 little books of it, but I haven't read beyond that. I need to. There's a lot of Lone Wolf and Cub. All right, drop down a little bit. Let's see. What's everybody saying? Something about Marvel doing Ultraman seems wrong. Needs to be manga. That'd probably fit it a lot better. Basilisk 3, The Nice House on the Lake, and Geiger, Brian's looking forward to. Tacky's looking forward to Firepower. Circumstances looking forward to The Nice House on the Lake. John says that Elvira meets Vincent Price sounds fun. Never read an Elvira book. Good jumping on point with this Vincent Price book? Yes. Every new number 1 on Elvira books will be perfectly fine to jump onto. Same thing with most Dynamite books. That Last Days of Thor is number 1, though. I did feel a bit lost, but they catch you up. But yeah, this should... I've never read any of the previous ones really either. They did a Mistress of the Dark series, and they've done Shape of Elvira. I have a couple of the Shape of Elvira issues, but not the rest of them. I'd like to have them, though. Jeff, one love. What's up, buddy? Hello, Robbie. Army, one love and station from Chicago. Shogun Assassin is a must-watch. TM Nerdy's looking forward to Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad, get Joker. And the me you love in the dark, not all robots as well. Nice. Liquid Swords. Okay, I'm excited for that one. Trade Paper Dad's looking forward to Geiger for Undiscovered Country 15. That's not on the list. Die 19. That's not on the list either. I think those got delayed. Wish there was a Joe Bob Briggs comic. That'd be fun. Everybody, all this talk about Wu-Tang and shit now. I haven't listened to Wu-Tang in forever. Bobby says, The Shape of Elvira. Now that's something I could get into. As most of us could, probably. I'm just excited for the ridiculousness of what I believe should be in an Elvira meets Vincent Price comic book. I'm still debating what covers to get. Yeah, Dynamite does a lot of covers. The art covers are fine, but I think I really want to go with the photo covers on this one. Who doesn't need more photos of Elvira in their house? Albert says, if you guys like Liquid Swords, you need to check out Only Built for Cuban Links. I truly believe it's the superior album. I'll revisit it. Why do I always go to the damn McDonald's jingle? I'm pumped for Swamp Thing and Green Lantern. I'm liking Green Lantern more and more. I am. I wish... Okay, so unfortunately, we got added elements here. Is Jeff Thorne has been on a lot of the Comics by Perch shows on Friday nights. So I've been listening to those. And because I really like Perch, I really love Joe, and I like Jeff a lot, you know? And as a personality coming across and his ideas and what he thinks. So, like, hearing the background story to Green Lantern, like, it's even crazier because this seems like this is the start of a really extended run, and I don't think Jeff knows how long he's writing this book for, and that's just how DC is right now. They're just kind of dangling it, right? So it's a weird thing where I think he was talking about it on the Friday night show. He said something to the effect, and don't let me misquote him, but I think it said something to the effect of, I'm writing these stories that need to take time to build and breathe, but you're not telling me how long I actually have to do this, and it's making it difficult. But with all that dingleness aside, I think he's writing a pretty solid Green Lantern run because, and I will agree with what Perch has been saying, he's not doing the same thing. And we just had a run of someone not doing the same thing, and that was Grant Morrison's Hal Jordan run, which I love. And she dove for the final. Is she okay? Someone go help her. Can you dive for the finish line in track and field to try to get, like, try to win? Can you do that? Sorry, I got distracted. That being said, coming off of Hal Jordan's thing, and when somebody asks where's Hal Jordan at, Hal's involved, but very slightly right now. But we just had the Green Lantern book be focused solely on Hal for a while, so I really like how it's gone back to focusing on the core and the other members, and then, like, the way it starts, where they basically destroy the battery and a lot of Lanterns die and a lot are depowered. It's interesting. I don't know where Kyle's been. No, they haven't known what the fuck to do with Kyle, honestly, since they brought Hal back. It was the same problem they had with Wally when they brought back Barry. I don't know where Kyle is, honestly. I really don't. To Cal. You know what's really good? That Method Man Redman album, Blackout. That shit's really fucking good. I remember one time, what's that song? The Rottweiler? That song's so banging, but it's so short, right? That I, at the time, back in the day of CDs and tapes and CDs, we'll tape this dick to you for CDs nuts. Who did I get? I got the internet. I think I got YouTube with that one. But no, for real, like one time I recorded that thing onto a tape, and I knew a way on my tape recorder that I could slowly, like if I did this like slow when I was recording a song from one tape to another, or from a CD to another, if I did this like slow, like drop like this, I knew how to manipulate it to cause a fade effect when it would work. And I looped that song into like a 10-minute version of this song. Right now they're running. Right now it's the women's 200 meter, not millimeter. 200 millimeters. Like, who's judging that one? That's good. Yeah, it's the women's 200 meter right now. Only built for Cuban links is some of RZA's best stuff. Production is why. Okay, I got you. Zach's looking forward to Immortal Hulk and Wind. The cow. Hey, there's Bullseye Bob. Bullseye, did you get my message? Let's see. Is 8 p.m. Central good for you tomorrow, Bob? Just let me know. I don't know if we ever ironed out the time, so we need to figure out the time for tomorrow night. 8 p.m. is what I'm thinking for my time. So that'd be 6 your time? You let me know. And everybody, do join us tomorrow night for Shogun Assassin. I've been telling them all how much I've loved this fucking movie, bro. We started talking about hip-hop because of it. Apparently, there's this album from GZA, Liquid Swords from Genius, that samples a lot of the music from Shogun Assassin, which gave me very distinct Fabio Frizzi vibes, like the cat that did a lot of the Fulci films. Spoiler, but so in the last Flash book, they gave Heatwave cancer? Yes. Yes, they did. Bob says 8 p.m. Central is perfect. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central time, y'all. Shogun Assassin on PCP Movie Night Special Monday Edition. And Bob, thank you so much for sending that DVD to me. I loved it. And it's actually a really good quality transfer on that for a DVD. Fantastic. I handed it off to Jelani the other day, so him and Brooks should have watched it by now. All right. It's time for the DC Comics sneak peek. First up, Crime Syndicate number 6. Why? Because it's the last issue. So this, to me, has been the best issue of Crime Syndicate because now it's over. I've hated this book. I thought it was dumb. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was trite as fuck. And I'm really glad that it's over. I hate this reinterpretation of the Crime Syndicate. I think this has been done better by many other writers and artists. And I just thought this whole entire book was trash. Now that that's out of the way, Sensational Wonder Woman number 6 is here. This Sensational Wonder Woman's not a bad book. They're giving us good self-contained Wonder Woman stories by different creators. We got Sina Grace doing the writing on this one. Paul Pelletier doing the artwork. So it feels rather classic, and I like that. I like the art style. I like the story. It's decent. It's fun, but it's not going to like change your life or blow your mind or be like, yo, Wonder Woman's the best ever. But they're just nice, fun Wonder Woman stories. Sometimes they're duds. This one's not really a dud, but it's nothing super great either. That being said, The Dreaming Waking Hours, number 12. This is the finale. I have really liked this Dreaming series by G. Willow Wilson, Nick Robles, Matthew Lopez. The ending for me, though, feels like it feels like this book wasn't planned to be 12 issues, and they kind of have to wrap things up rather quickly. I'm very glad that G. Willow Wilson and company got the opportunity to wrap things up. but it just feels like it was shortened. It just feels like they got to the punch rather quickly. And it just made it feel a little bit odd for an ending that way. But I have loved this book, but overall, now that it's done, I haven't liked it as much as the Simon Spurrier Dreaming series. Crush and Lobo, number 3. This is the best issue of this series so far. I really, really liked this issue, for real. Crush and Lobo, number 3. This is a book about Crush, who's just recently been dumped by her girlfriend, and now she's off into space to the space prison where Lobo, her father, is, and for some reason she thinks that maybe she needs to reconnect with him for some reason or whatever. Genghis Frog just fell down. He was surfing way too hard. Sometimes you push it to the limit too much. That's what happened to Bodhi in Point Break. Crush and Lobo number 3, though, was great because it actually had a lot of Lobo action. It finally had that interaction between Crush and Lobo, and I really liked it, and I thought it was solid. So that was a really solid book. Justice League Infinity number 2. The first one I didn't really dig because here's the thing. What I realized with the second issue is this book is written like an 80s Justice League comic. Like it's written densely. It's written... it's got that style, and it's J.M. DeMatteis is one of the writers here, so that doesn't surprise me. The thing is, you don't typically expect a continuation of an animated series to have that kind of vibe. You're expecting this to be more like Batman: The Adventures Continue, to be more in line with the fast nature of the series. But this is a little bit more in depth, but at the same time, remember, Justice League was a little bit more in depth as a show too, because they were doing longer story arcs, right? Until they went to Justice League Unlimited and they started shortening and tightening it up. That being said, this is a continuation of the Justice League story from the animated series, and I was a little down on issue number 1, but I really liked issue number 2. It took me back to like an 80s style comic, but still, obviously, it's an animated TV show. But I liked it. I liked that they added that extra oomph to it, so I'm excited for that. Justice League Infinity number 2 was way better than Justice League 66. I can't stand this book. I can't stand what Brian Michael Bendis is doing with the Justice League right now. It's just boring to me. It just feels like every freaking thing else. Hippolyta's just acting like Thor did in the pages of Avengers, or say Ares did in the pages of Avengers. Black Adam is Ares, and she's Thor. Like, it's just, we've seen this before, and I get that these archetypes can kind of come on and whatnot, but like maybe understand something about the character of Hippolyta and not just have her be like the Spartan warrior woman. Like, there's more to that character than this. So this is just wrapping up storylines that Bendis has left dangling, and I don't think Bendis has much of a future left at DC, and I think this is just him being given an opportunity to finish up his dangling plot threads from Superman and from the Checkmate Event Leviathan stuff. Not liking it, though, whatsoever. I will tell you this, though, and I'm pretty sure Bendis is out because all of Bendis' Jinx World stuff got removed from DC's Comixology, and now is recently coming back on Image. So that means the creator-owned stuff is gone. That means the deal is gone, and they're not re-upping. And Bendis is probably on his way out whenever he gets to wrap up whatever's left dangling. But I don't know. Aside from that, Ram V does the backup story with Sumit Kumar. It's fantastic. It's great. It's awesome. Suicide Squad number 6, and a gentle reminder that we were shorted Suicide Squad Get Joker, so I didn't get a chance to read that. I'm still liking the book. It's cool. It's interesting. This is a fun kind of guilty pleasure Rambo 3 type Suicide Squad book. Amanda Waller's got her sights set on Earth 3. She's got her sight on the multiverse, trying to piece together a team from different members of the multiverse. So she sends the team into Earth 3. This was better Earth 3 stuff than the Crime Syndicate, but at the same time, it's just too much for me. That being said, I really like some of the work being done with Superboy, Peacemaker. I like the book. But it's a little bit of a guilty pleasure. The artwork is a little inconsistent in this one. It doesn't quite sell as well as some of the previous issues has, but it's still fun enough. Suicide Squad with issue number 6. Then we've got The Joker Presents a Puzzle Box. All right, so this one is written by Matthew Rosenberg. Artwork by Jesus Marino and Joshua Hickson. I didn't like this one. I wanted to like this one. I think Matthew Rosenberg is a really solid writer, and I was excited for this. This is supposed to be involving like a mystery, like a murder mystery that Gordon's trying to solve, and Joker's giving him clues and hints. And it's supposed to be like a puzzle, like a mystery that you're supposed to be able to piece together, but I found it to be dull, boring, and kind of like beyond cliche with how certain characters are acting, and I don't know. Maybe there's something here that would appeal to other people, but for me, this one just kind of didn't really do anything significant. Doesn't justify the $4.99 price tag. It felt long. It felt drawn out. It felt boring. It just felt like over cliche to me. I don't know. I just didn't really like it. All right, Green Lantern. We were talking about what Jeffrey Thorne's been doing on the pages of Green Lantern, how I like it. We got Tom Rainey. We got a few different artists on this one, but it still works. You get Teen Lantern versus Sinestro, and then you get a little bit of a John Stewart story that starts to move that story forward a little bit longer. And now knowing what I know about how he was writing in 6-issue chunks because he didn't know how far he was going to get ahead or how long they would keep him, like it makes sense now. Some of the structure of it, but there is a big epic story being told here that I hope Jeffrey Thorne gets the opportunity to tell, because this has a lot of promise to it, and it also does feel classic, and I like it. Green Lantern, number 5, out this week. Batman 111. I think this is the final issue of this story that's called whatever it's called. I can't remember what the story's called. But it's leading up into Fear State. It seems like Fear State officially begins when this one ends. Artwork is incredibly dynamic. Jorge Jimenez is just killing it. Excellent composition, great splash pages, dynamic action, beautiful colors. That's Tamu Mori. And the story's cool, too. I honestly don't care so much about this Unsanity collective or whatever, but I am loving the intricacies of the Magistrate being built up. And like I mentioned before, I felt like Future State was kind of like, here's where it could go, but they're obviously not going to Future State. Instead, it's the Fear State, baby, and I like the twist, and this could line up to be one of the best Scarecrow stories we've ever seen coming up. Swamp Thing number 6. This was a fantastic issue of Ron V and Mike Perkins' Swamp Thing. Mike Spicer on the coloring there. It's a little bit of a tie-in with Suicide Squad, not what's going on in the pages of Suicide Squad, but Amanda Waller is sending the Suicide Squad after Levi, the new Swamp Thing. This feels horror. It feels psychological. It feels suffocating in the right way, like meaning like this book conveys the emotion through the art, through the words, of exactly what this story and these characters demand. The Suicide Squad showing up doesn't throw it off. It doesn't make it feel too kooky or superhero-y. It actually still feels very much like a Vertigo, old school Swamp Thing book that's distinctly Rom V. And I love the world building. I love the development of the new character. You get a lot more of the backstory. The way that Rom has structured this story to just be able to hit those moments and then reveal things slowly, it takes an investment to understand all of that bits, and it works. It works. Swamp Thing number 6, fantastic. May have been my favorite book I read from DC this week. Then we got The Nice House on the Lake number 3, another fantastic issue. So one of the complaints I've had about this book has been it's hard to tell who all the people are, hard to remember who all the different people are. I'm starting to pick up in the structure now, and even with the symbols and what they represent, like each issue is kind of spotlighting on a different character. So you're getting the sense of how the group dynamic is evolving and changing as the days progress after being locked or trapped at this nice house at the lake in the middle of the ending of the world. The mystery of Walter, all that stuff. But through each character's perspectives, it seems like they're developing the character, their previous relationship with Walter, their relationship with the other people, and still showing us the progression of that group dynamic and still focusing in. I like that. I think that's a really good approach to this. And it uses info pages. It uses different techniques, like, say, what they were trying to do with the Journal and Department of Truth. It uses techniques like that, though, in a better way, in a more ingrained way, a more organic way, and in a way that doesn't pull me out of the flow of the story. It's very exposition heavy at times, but I love this book. The Nice House on the Lake. That book was fantastic. That was your DC sneak peek, y'all. Where's the button? That was it. All right, how's chat doing? How y'all doing? Let me back up the story. The shit a little. Okay, here we go. Wow, long first segment tonight. We're actually in the second segment tonight. I planned on a 4-hour show tonight. I think we're going to deliver. We still got a lot of show to go. Hell yeah, we do. Let's see here. I knew you'd like that movie, Robbie. I have so much to say about that film. I bet you do, and I'm excited to have you on there. Paul Peltier, Gary Frank Devote. Okay. Crescent Lobo has really beautiful artwork. I really just like the story in this one. It just really hit. No Love for Crime Syndicate. And Brian says, I love that title. I'm glad you like it, man. I'm sorry I shit on it then, man. I should have been a little bit easier on it. That book's just, I don't know. I don't know why I stuck with that book so long. It just almost became a bit. I'm glad you dig it, though. Bendis holding Justice League Dark hostage. Ain't that the truth, Tacky? Dog, go eat your dinner, John. Oh, you're welcome, Comic Book G-Spot. Let's see. We got Bob and Patrick trying to iron out details on a shirt. No pun intended. Iron out details on a shirt. You like that? So it just happens. The universe just provides them. They better let him do more than 10 issues. I think because of... We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with page rates, right? But, like... I know that ROM wants to do more than 10, and I know that it seems like critically it's doing well. Sales-wise, I think it's doing fine for a Swamp Thing book. I mean, I haven't really looked at numbers, but I know that people are seeming to critically, it's being, a lot of people are talking about it. Hey, Perry's here. Perry, station. You ready for Face Off on Friday, bruh? I am. I'm going to take your face off. Your face off. How many short long boxes do you have? What have I said before? It's probably around, at this point, it's probably around 28 to 30 shorts. I purge, though. I don't keep a lot. Like, I'll keep it for a little bit, and then I'll just go through, I'll find boxes, and I'll just be like, I'll get rid of these, throw them in a mystery box, or something like that. Something like that. But I think the plan is, as long as sales are there, ROM and company want to continue doing Swamp Thing. And I'm for it. I am 100% for them doing Swamp Thing as long as they want. All right, y'all. I cannot promise that there won't be spoilers in this movie review we're about to do. So do keep that in mind. But I'll be honest with you. There's really nothing to worry about. All the spoilers they showed you in the damn trailer. So you know me. You know I like to on Sunday morning wake up, smoke a bowl, and watch a movie. Today's movie was, you ready for this? It's time to review Snake Eyes. Hit the wrong button. Let's do that again in case I want to clip this out. All right, you ready? Take 3. All right, here we go. All right, y'all. It's that time. Time to review Snake Eyes. All right, let's talk about Snake Eyes. First of all, I'll just tell you real short and quick and sweet before we get into spoilers here. I don't like this film. I don't recommend that you watch it. If you're a hardcore G.I. Joe fan, I do not recommend that you watch it at all. My buddy Mike is a huge hardcore G.I. Joe fan, and he hated this movie. Okay, so we got Henry Golding. That's the wrong button. Henry Golding as Snake Eyes. I do not have near as much of an attachment to G.I. Joe and the characters and the lore as I do other properties, so I wouldn't really mind any differences in the origin. The origin is very different. The origin of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow is allegedly, apparently, very different. That being said, I think Golding did an okay job in a really shitty movie. Okay? I think a lot of the actors performed as well as they could for what this movie was, Golding being one of them. I don't mind the fact that he's not necessarily a white dude or whatever. He is still an American in the movie, and there's that element there. The basic plot of the movie is he joins the Yakuza, and he then goes to be invited into Storm Shadow's clan. He's not Storm Shadow yet, but in case you didn't know, they spoiled it for you in the damn trailer. They literally spoiled the mid-credits tease in the damn trailer, right? It's so silly, but there's even a lame moment when someone's like, you got that look in your eyes, like the shadow before the storm. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so freaking cheesy. So freaking cheesy. But anyway, the performance by this cat, and I didn't write down his name, is actually really freaking good. And he, to me, is the most well-developed character out of everybody. So Snake Eyes is working for the Yakuza. He's undercover at the Yakuza because it's like his brother that's running it or something like that. And he gets called out. He gets found out, and they're going to kill him. Snake Eyes saves his life, and so he gets invited in, and he's trying to train to be a ninja in this clan. He's going through these tests, and there's some really interesting characters, including the Hard Master and the Blind Master. Really interesting ideas, cool concepts that just fall flat on their ass because they focus too much on the stuff that's boring. Like, great character, completely just derailed by the absurdity of this damn movie. It feels like it was I saw someone, I can't remember his name. He was doing a review on this movie, and he said that it feels like this was a movie that was written for another script. Like, it was a different movie. They were like, we don't know what to do with this. Just put some G.I. Joe characters in it, and that is what it feels like to me. This lady performs very well in the movie. But like I said, there's some really good performances. That's like one of the big villains right there. And then they just feel like it feels like a movie that wasn't written to be a G.I. Joe movie that then they forced into being a G.I. Joe movie. The Baroness is in it. She's a little weird. I don't know, man. She just doesn't quite work or sell me, and they really expect us to know that this is a big deal, that we see the Baroness. And then at some point she has to team up with Scarlet. Scarlet shows up in the movie, and she's just boring. It's dull. In fact, that's a good way to describe the movie. It's boring and it's dull. It's got some decent enough action scenes, but they're not executed very well. It's that shaky cam, quick cut type stuff that most of us keep complaining about, but Hollywood doesn't want to listen. And yes, I'm going to tell you this straight up. If you thought that scene in the trailer of him getting the Snake Eyes costume and putting on the visor was like, and I remember saying, that better not be the end of the movie. It is the end of the movie. So why is that the damn movie poster? This is literally the last shot of the movie. He puts on the costume. He never earns the costume. He gets accepted by this clan. Storm Shadow gets ostracized by the clan. Honestly, if you look at the movie from a story perspective and the characters and how it actually works out, dude, Storm Shadow's right. Like, I am right there with him. Like, I felt like he got done wrong. I understand why he wants to kill Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes was a complete dick throughout the whole movie. He was an asshole. The G.I. Joe stuff felt forced in. It felt unorganic. It felt ridiculous. It felt dumb. And I just did not like it. So I'm going to give it, you ready for this? 1.5 you digs. And no, there is no timber. There are these giant snakes. And the way that he gets his name Snake Eyes is the dumbest thing. So it starts off, he's a kid, and his dad's being like killed by these dudes or something. And the dude that kills his dad makes him roll these dice to, this is how I choose to kill. It's like a Two-Face type thing, right? And he rolls Snake Eyes. So now he's just called Snake Eyes. It's so stupid. If they do another Snake Eyes movie, which I can tell you this, I mean, they ain't. I don't think they will. I mean, I don't know. There's potential now that they could do a badass movie, but like, okay, he's not Snake Eyes in the movie at all, okay? Not the one from the comic book or the one from the show, and he never earns the right to be Snake Eyes, it feels, and by the end of it, like, he gets this costume, but it's like undeserved. It's not something that, like, I feel like he actually ultimately gets on this heroic journey. And it should have been a third act thing. I don't mind if they don't put him in the costume until the last like 30, 40 minutes of the movie. That's fine. But they literally put him in the costume in the last second of the movie, y'all. The last second of the movie. Like, that's it. That scene you see in the trailer where he walks up, puts on the visor, that's all you see. The movie ends right there. Like, it's, oh my God. Who thought it was going to be a good idea to make a Snake Eyes movie and not have Snake Eyes be Snake Eyes? Who thought about that? Like, what is wrong? What is wrong with this? Just like, they don't listen. Here's what it is. They don't give a shit. That's it. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't care about Snake Eyes. They don't care about G.I. Joe. They don't care. That movie is garbage, man. 1.5 you digs. I don't like it at all. It's got a couple cool little fight scenes, I guess. There's some really good performances, man. I feel bad for every actor in this movie, because they all are doing as good as they can in this shitstorm of a movie. The action is clunky. It's boring. It's got too much going on. It's a little overindulgent. It's not sleek. It's not fun. It's not cool. It's trying to be stylish, but it's just ripping off things before. And y'all, I just watched all 3 John Wick films for the first time a couple weeks ago. Snake Eyes ain't gonna cut it. This movie's stupid. They care about that money. Do they, though? I feel like I don't think Hasbro cares about making money. I really don't think they do. I think they care about maintaining the brand in the public consciousness. I think they care about online chatter, like people bitching about a Snake Eyes movie or people complaining that they can't get this figure. I think they care more about that, more about that's it. If they care about making money, this is a crazy idea to me. Make a good fucking movie. I have no attachment to G.I. Joe. I feel so bad for people that do. What did y'all think? If any of y'all watched it, what did you think? Damn, Richard. What? Oh, Herm doesn't want it spoiled. That's funny. It's not the lowest yet. I gave Game of Death 1 last week. If I remember, Snake Eyes was a blonde and blue eyes in the tune. Yeah, that's not the biggest deal. He's not Snake Eyes, though, because he fucking talks too much. He's an asshole. He never, becomes a hero. And I don't have an attachment to G.I. Joe, so, I don't care that they changed the origin. They just didn't fucking do it right. They should have made the silent issue the movie. The movie American Ninja was dope. I haven't seen that in years. TM Nerdy says, well, I'm not even going to give it a try. Watch it one night when it's just randomly on a streaming service that you have or something. You've been drinking a couple beers, maybe. As someone that grew up idolizing characters like Lady J as a little girl, it's so disappointing that they cannot make a proper G.I. Joe movie. And I feel bad. Scarlett's in the movie, and, Scarlett and Baroness, that should be cool when they show up, but they, their performances. Here's the thing. I said that all the actors do a great job in this movie. I misspoke. Scarlett and Baroness are not. They're boring. They're dull. They feel like caricatures. Scarlett's got this very droll and dry, and like I said, I don't have the biggest, but it didn't feel. It felt like that was a moment where the Joes, they're doing the Joe and Cobra stuff. It's supposed to be a surprise that they weren't. When they start doing that, it should feel like, oh shit, Scarlett's here. And yeah, give her some one-liners, make her be funny, but the performance, the delivery just was not there. They should watch Ninja Assassin. Ninja Assassin's a dope-ass movie. I'm excited for the Candyman movie. Me too. Mike says, no, Hasbro wants to make money because this movie tanks and all the hard-to-find classified figures get released with a price increase. What was the digs on the Mortal Kombat? I don't remember. I think it was either 3 or 3.5. I liked Mortal Kombat way better than this. To me, there's one movie that matters going forward, and that is Dune, says Albert. Are any of the G.I. Joe films worth it? No. The animated movie, Resolute, that one's actually good. And the one from the 80s. Cobra! G.I. Joe Resolute's good, too. That one was penned by Warren Ellis, if I remember correctly. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking about the Scott Snyder books coming up. We'll be doing Marvel in the 80s and even more. So, y'all, stay ready. Stay ready. We're taking a break. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Rockin Robbie Live here on Pop Culture Philosophers. We're here for hour 3 of a promised 4-hour show. Very excited to be here talking about comic books, movies, pop culture, and a whole lot more. Join the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. That's the PCP Army. And if you're on Facebook, you might as well follow us there. You can follow us on Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter at the Rockin Robbie. You can check us out at popculturephilosophers.com for podcast, blogs, and a whole lot more. And you can support the channel with a super chat tonight or over at patreon.com/PCP, like these fine PCP patrons right there. And by the way, super chat update, $30 more. We open up a Transformer of your choosing. If we get there, we'll do it. If not, no worries whatsoever. So, what do we got coming up here on the channel? So far, we got some exciting stuff. Tomorrow night, Monday night, 8 p.m. Central Time, join us for a bonus PCP Movie Night Action Fest edition for Shogun Assassin, sponsored by Bullseye Bob from Everything Comics. Then we've got Action Fest going on Friday night, 9 p.m. Central Time. We will be joined by Perry from Perry Comics to talk about Face Off. I'm going to take your face off. Dylan's Horror Show, Saturday night, 6 p.m. Central Time. The Blob, 1988 remake. We now pause for station identification. All right, we still have a lot of show going on. We've already talked about last week's comics. We talked about this week's comics, including the DC sneak peek, and I ranted a little bit about Snake Eyes. In this bit, we're going to be talking about the Scott Snyder Comixology books. Some really cool stuff there. We'll be doing a Marvel in the 80s. I'm very excited for that one. But this show is driven, fueled, if you will, by your questions, your thoughts, your concerns. Get them out right now. Station Jennifer. So if anybody missed it, we did have the Best Comics of the Month stream. We covered June and July. Since we missed June, we did do that here on Pop Culture Philosophers. That was on Thursday night. Bullseye Bob had to have emergency dental work, so he didn't show up. And Dylan was Dylan. Dylan didn't show up. So it was me and Bueller. And then we were joined by Jennifer from Comics Will Break Your Heart and Nick from Comic Culture. And both of y'all are invited back for next month. Am I muted? I'm not muted. Can y'all hear me? Say something. Check. Can y'all hear me? Big Herm said something like, wait, mute again. LOL. I'm confused. No, you're good, Rob. Okay, thank you. Way to derail the show, Herm. Thank you. All right, good. Herm's playing around. Yeah, thanks, Herm. You derailed the whole show because there's a delay in when I see y'all's comments. I wonder if these new Snyder books are included with Comixology Unlimited. Taki, I can answer your question right now. They are. 100%. Fuck you, Herm. Because it happens. It happens when I do my video with Jim. He'll be like, I didn't hear anything that you said. I'm like, oh, I muted myself. Now the mute button's not actually working. This is crazy. Like, the mute button's not working. So I cleared my throat very loudly on Brian the other day. It's not my fault. You didn't get the bit, Robbie. That's funny. Jennifer says, thanks for inviting me back on. I'll try to talk about milking and Dick Fight Island less. You can do whatever you want, but yeah, that was the most raucous batch that we've had so far, I think, on that show. That was a fun stream. That was a real fun stream. That really was. Thought you were just being a dick to Brian. See, Bob says, Five Fingers of Death was the very first Kung Fu movie I saw in theaters just months before I saw Bruce Lee. Loved the movie. It's the one movie where Lo Lee was actually the hero instead of the villain. Promiscuous Time Traveler says, I honestly adored Dick Fight Island because of you. Hell yeah. I Thursday night shared, my trials and tribulations with that book because we were shorted all of our copies but one from Diamond, and we're never able to get them. Thanks. Now I have to approve all of these dick comments. Blame Jen. That's funny. Bob, I suggested Robbie watch Lady Snowblood. Lady Snowblood? Yeah, he did say that to me today. And I told him that next week I was doing the 36 chamber thing. Jay Nunya says, first Kung Fu movie I saw in theaters was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Same for me, Jay. Dick Fight Island sounds like a dating reality show on Cinemax. I loved the moment that it happened because Bueller was like, I really want to talk about fight girls, and it's Frank Cho drawing, attractive women with dinosaurs on an island fighting and racing and killing each other. And Jen's like, that reminds me of this other book I like. It's the same concept, but it's these dudes fight with their dicks. These giant codpiece dicks or something. Bob's probably like, I'm glad I had a dental emergency. Bueller he did blush. What's funny is that Bueller gets so embarrassed and tickled when Jennifer is there and being particularly vulgar. It's so freaking funny to see. He just gets so fucking funny. Three Ninjas, best kung fu movie ever. I don't know about that. I was like, okay, what's so here's the thing, there's kung fu movies, right? So obviously, but here's the thing, there's samurai movies and there are kung fu movies. Those are two different things. Shogun Assassin's not a kung fu movie, right? That's a samurai movie, right? That's my secret. I'm always vulgar, says Jennifer. Have you watched the Vengeance trilogy? Old Boy is one of my favorite movies ever. No, I am very limited on my martial arts films. I like samurai films, but I don't know if those are necessarily, I guess they count to a point, but they're not what I think of when, you know what I'm saying? Bob says I'm right, so there you go. That being said, I'll go ahead and let this one leak out. I'm trying to figure out where the breaks lie for the end of our PCP movie nights for 2021. And I got some room in November. I had 2 spaces, and those 2 spaces will be filled by Donnie Darko and 7 Samurai. Jay says, Old Boy is not a martial arts film. Okay. Yeah, Shogun Assassin is a samurai movie, not a kung fu movie. Now, here's the thing, though. Does it have to involve kung fu when it comes to being a kung fu movie, right? Because that's why, for the most part, I just say martial arts movie, right? But then what is kung fu? If it's just you get what I'm saying? It was, I guess that's the Hong Kong kind of style, is the kung fu thing or whatever. I don't know. We'll talk about this tomorrow night, Bob. I'm sure. Okay, so The Quest is a kung fu movie. So, is Bloodsport a kung fu movie? Do they have to be do they have to be practicing kung fu? Particularly, there's different forms, right? So there's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily kung fu, but do we just call it a kung fu movie? Some people say Coke just to refer to as soda. What do you classify the live action TMNT movies as? Comic book films. That's the easy way to do it for me. Comic book movie. They're a comic book movie, John. Bob says we'll talk about the difference tomorrow night. I love Samurai Champloo. Me too. I actually just recently, a few months ago, picked up the complete Blu-ray set of that. Joram says, friggin' chat, now I have to take notes. Bob's going to be my martial arts movie guide. It was always a plan to do a martial arts podcast for PCP. And I am so, like, I don't know, like, literally, this was the first time I ever watched these Bruce Lee films, aside from Enter the Dragon, which I've seen one time back in the day. So, like, that whole new appreciation, right? You know, starting with Bruce Lee, and now Bob is helping me become a little bit, like, I guess, a little bit more cultured in Asian cinema. Like, honestly, all I know is Akira Kurosawa and, like, the anime stuff. So, like, that's all I know is Akira Kurosawa. And for a while there, that was enough to get you by. I guess technically Three Ninjas is Kung Fu because they're learning Kung Fu, right? Yeah. Bloodsport's a martial arts movie, not a Kung Fu movie. So in order to be a Kung Fu movie, it actually has to be focused on Kung Fu as a martial art, right? Huh. When it comes to martial art guides, you hit the bullseye. You know I did, buddy. By the way, follow Bullseye Bob on Instagram. Seriously, he does Kung Fu Friday. Bloodsport has the best dance scene ever next to Dirty Dancing. I might agree with you there, Trade Paper Dad. Oh, nice. Promiscuous Time Traveler says, an update on the Comics Curing Cancer event that we hosted that happened this weekend. We ended up raising almost double our goal. Station! Dude, we got to have an official station identification for that. Hell, maybe even a Joker song with no super chat. Congratulations. Let me tell you about this little man I know. His name is Hellboy. He was sent to the earth some long time ago to save it or destroy. Brought to this earth by Rasputin, son of a demon and a nun who had sex with the demon, but was raised by Professor Broom. Now he fights evil and monsters. Now he fights with a man who's a fish named Abe. Now he fights with the fire starter named Liz, and an ectoplasmic mess named Johann. BPRD. All right, we're back. Congratulations. That's really freaking cool. So Bob's saying something I think I was trying to dig on there. It was like that Kung Fu movies are in particular kind of like Hong Kong cinema, right? So, okay. We'll talk a lot about it tomorrow. We're going to have a great show tomorrow, everybody. Remind yourselves tomorrow to join us for the Shogun Assassin, samurai Japanese cinema, right? But it's an American kind of recut of it. Loved this movie. Oh my freaking goodness. I cannot wait to talk about this tomorrow night. Cannot wait. This was all Bob's idea. He's like, I'm going to send you a movie. I want you to watch it. We'll review it. That works. I like getting stuff when I come home. I got a nice package yesterday that I unboxed on Dylan's Horror Show last night. That'll be showing off in Show and Tell tonight. Oh, you know, I haven't, aside from the Olympics, we haven't talked about much sports, Herm. Robbie, what do you think of the Yankees' new pickup with Rizzo and Gallo? Some Yankee fans wanted pitching, but teams were asking too much for the very little arms available. I think we should have cemented up some pitching, mostly in the bullpen. I think our pitching is fine when the offense is there. And so far, so freaking good. Let me be honest. I've been focused mostly on the Olympics, so I haven't been watching any games. But I know that one homie went like 7 out of 8 his first. Like it just it's random to say like we need more bats when we have the talent that we have, but they're not producing. So we got to make some cuts. I'm ready to get rid of Stanton, and I've been ready. I mean that was last year, the year before. Like I don't think Stanton was a good get for us. Gallo and Rizzo are good gets for us. I just hate that I feel like Luke Voigt's on his way out now because of it. I think there's a lot of potential in that kid. But the pitching will work itself out when we have more run production. And so far, so good, we've been doing fine. So. Dun, 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 dun. A lot of good movies came out between 1999 and 2004. Yeah, I bet. You know, we're ending up the 80s movies thing tonight, and we'll probably do a few more top fives over the next few weeks, but then I think we're going to get into 90s. Lakers got Westbrook. We got a big 3, baby. I think that's what we needed. I think we got some. What was it? We got rid of Kuzma? We got rid of KCP and was it Harrell? Yeah. With the performance over the year, I'm cool with that. I think watch out. Jay Strake was like, "This is bullshit, man. Now you're just guaranteeing that it's gonna be Knicks Lakers." Like, don't sleep on it, man. The Bucks wound up winning it. It didn't go like we all thought it was going to go at every step of the way. You know what I'm saying? Boo, death to super teams. Is that a super team? I just need to see LeBron take down Kyrie and KD in the finals next year. Me too. I would love to see that. Lakers still need shooters, though. 24% from 3. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. We thought we had 3-pointing locked up, especially with Caldwell Pope, right? I got so freaking tired of watching the Lakers last season, because it was like, shoot, dunk, shoot, dunk, shoot, dunk. Like, oh my God. Like, for real? We do need some shooting, but I think there's some development that can be happening there. Half y'all still talking about martial arts and films. Half of us talking about sports. Let's talk about comics. All right, let's go to the Snyder news. If you haven't heard yet, Scott Snyder, and his company, what is it called? Something Press, right? Snyder has made a deal with Amazon Comixology, and he's going to be releasing 8 books. Did I even pull that up yet? He's going to be releasing 8 books with some really great creative teams. These are things that have been in the works for a while. And I'm very excited. So I covered this on the weekly pop culture wrap-up. And we mentioned, a while ago, I said that I thought that death metal would definitely be the end of Scott Snyder at DC for a while. And, I mean, that's pretty much what happened there. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right, so these are books that are going to start being released in October. They don't all start in October, but they will start. Some of them are graphic novels. Some of them are series. They will eventually be collected and released at Dark Horse, but it will take some time. Lost on Planet Earth, for instance, which is being released by Dark Horse in print this week, was a Joe Corallo edited book written by Max Visaggio from last year that I really, really liked. So definitely check that out. But these will take a while to show up. Yeah, so these will take a while to show up, but I think it'll be fine. You can get these books, by the way. You can get these books. You can get these books on Comixology Originals. So if you subscribe, it's like $5.99 a month. You have access to a lot of free content, actually. But you can they will be accessible that way. So I would suggest that if you're interested in these books, which I think a lot of us will be interested in a lot of these books. And one thing I like about the books are that they all have this different, hey, we got a super chat from Philip Clark. Station, everyone. Can't stay. Wanted to stop in and show some love. Well, thank you so much for showing love, my man. Let me tell you about this little man I know. His name is Mario from Part 3. In particularly, look at that raccoon tail and that frog suit, man. What does he do when it comes for the danger hour? Why does he even have the power to defeat the one that devours? When we call him King Koopa the Bowser now. Is that the Joe Corallo in the chat? Come on, Station Joe. What's up, my man? Great job on Purchase Show the other day. Great job with Beckstar number 3. Doing good work, homie. I'm excited to have you back on the show soon. I keep talking about it with Brian. It's like I'm so excited to have Joe back for the Wonder Woman, Brian Azzarello, Cliff Chang, New 52 episode. Station. I am pumped for Lost on Planet Earth coming out in print, man. Because I hate those digital comics. What's that? What are those? What are those? Recently picked up some of the John Byrne hardcovers for Wonder Woman, by the way, Joe. I've never really read all of Byrne's Wonder Woman run. What do you think? We'll talk later. Station, you did a great job with that show. You had a wonderful conversation with Jeff and Sean, right? That was. Don't you wish Twitter was like that conversation? Anyway, all right. Don't forget Horror Fest reveal coming up towards the end of the show. So we're talking about the Snyder. And yeah, I like how I can work in a Joe Corallo plug while talking about the Comixology Scott Snyder deal. So let's talk about this real quick. So we got We Have Demons. This is my second most favorite excitement level thing from this whole thing. We Have Demons, of course, artwork by Greg Capullo, Jonathan Glapion, colors by Dave McCraig. The conflict between good and evil is about to come to a head when a teenage hero embarks on a journey that unveils a secret society, monsters, and mayhem. I'm a big Greg Capullo fan. He's one of those artists I think just keeps getting better, and I think him and Scott work well together, so I'm pumped for that. This is the one I'm most pumped for. I'm a huge Francisco Francavilla fan, and This was teased like a year or two ago, so I'm really pumped for this one. A dazzling work of horror intercutting between the present-day narrative and the story of a lost horror film. That's given me Ninth Gate, cigarette burns type vibe, and Francisco Francavilla taking time on the art and the color. And just look at the artwork that we see there. This is more in line with the sometimes his work can feel rushed, but this one is not going to feel that way, if I had to guess. Dudley Dotson and the Forever Machine, with artwork by Jamal Eigel, Juan Castro, colors by Chris Sotomayor. Teenager Dudley Dotson finds himself the keeper of a device that opens up time and space, but when Dudley finds himself on an Earth where dinosaurs rule, can he find his way back? What I like about these announcements is that they're all kind of different. So those first two, they're definitely more in the horror vein, but the Greg Capullo one's probably going to be more like Spawny, if I had to guess. And Night of the Ghouls probably going to be more like classic cerebral horror, I hope. We'll see. Dudley Dotson seems kind of like a young adult book, like maybe an all-ages book or something. Really cool. Lots of potential for these books, too, to be developed in other medium. Then we got Duck and Cover with Raphael Albuquerque, his frequent collaborator on American Vampire, a manga-influenced teen adventure set in the strange post-apocalyptic America of 1955. Cool concept. I like the idea. Post-apocalyptic 1955. We've seen that a little bit. Manga-influenced. Interesting, especially with the attachment of Raphael Albuquerque. I'm excited to see where that one's going to go. I am really pumped for Clear because I'm a huge fan of Francis Manapul's artwork, and I don't think that Scott and Francis got to work together near enough. So Clear is a sci-fi mystery thrill ride into a strange dystopian future where a neurological internet connection is transforming reality. Okay, that sounds cool. And once again, it's a little bit different. It's a different stretch. This is more hard sci-fi, more futuristic, and he's picking the right artists for these books. And you know that these artists, as Scott said in a recent tweet, had a lot to do with the birthing of these series. Canary, with artwork by Dan Panosian, it's 1891, and a mine collapses into itself. Find out what the dark substance found 666 feet underground is in this horror Western. I love horror Westerns, especially when they're straight up like 1800s Westerns and not like a modern Western. I love the neo-horror modern Western too. Like, I love Near Dark. I love shit like that. But, like, I'm really pumped for this one. I think it's going to be cool. It's a bit on the nose with the whole 666 feet thing. Book of Evil is going to be a prose story about four young friends growing up in a strange near future where 90% of the population are born as psychopaths. It's promised to have very much Stephen King type vibes, and it's a prose story with illustrations by Jock. So I think that's going to be very atmospheric, especially even for a prose story. Then we got Barnstormers with artwork by Tula Lote, colors by Lote, and D. Cuniff joining in on the color fun. A high-flying adventure romance set just after the First World War. So completely different in tone and texture than the other ones, and the artwork looks amazing. Tula's a fantastic artist, and I'm excited to see some more work from her. So yeah, really pumped for We Have Demons. Extremely pumped for Night of the Ghoul. I'll check out this one, Dudley Dotson. I'll check out Duck and Cover. I am really pumped for Clear. I am very pumped for Canary. I'm interested in Book of Evil, but it's not. Prose is hard to cover in the weekly comic book review. And then Barnstormers, yeah, I'm really excited for that one. So right now, I want to know, what are you most excited for? What sounds good? What do you think about the Snyder news? It's a big deal. He's probably getting paid pretty well. Means the creator's getting paid pretty well. They're maintaining all the rights. Part of the contract involves Amazon having like a first look or something like that. I don't know. I think Perch was saying it was like a weird wording in the contract or something, but there's a lot of potential. These are obviously going to be mined for IP, for television and film and whatnot by Amazon, if not others. Whether they get made, who knows? What do y'all think? Jorm's still writing down Kung Fu flicks. That's hilarious. Mario 3 changed the game in platform games. Yes. It's still, I don't think it's much of an argument to say that Mario 3 is the best Nintendo Entertainment System game. I mean, that's just how I feel. Red Sox lost. Station. Too bad it's digital. Only for a little bit. They'll be released physically eventually, but by then everybody else will be on them. Nostalgia Express says they all look pretty dope. Great artists on these. We'll wait till they come out in print. So here's another question. So there's been a long wait from some of these Comixology books that go into print eventually through Dark Horse. And there's been some really good ones. Out of everything, I would recommend Afterlift, and of course we already talked about Joe's book he did with Mags. I wonder if it would not be better just for all involved, because this isn't going to bring people that are firmly against digital into it, right? Like, and here's the thing is I have a Comixology subscription, and so I'll check them out. But that's not, to me, it doesn't feel like a form of ownership. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have to actually keep that subscription going for the rest of my life to always have them digitally. You know, at that point, I guess, do you download them? Can you download them? I don't know. But the point being is the ones I really, really like, I will buy the graphic novels when they come out. But it probably would be beneficial to do, I don't know if day and dates, Comixology doesn't give a shit about the direct market, the print market, okay? They really don't. So, yeah, that's a curious, though. Would it hit bigger if they were released in print shortly after? But even DC hasn't had luck with that. It's a whole new ballgame. These are going to be books that are going to hit an entire market that's separate from the direct market Wednesday Warrior kind of flow, right? And then the thing is, though, then they'll be released as graphic novels. How many people will pick up the graphic novel? We have good sales on books, say like Sarah, the Garth Ennis book from TKO. We have really strong sales on that, really strong sales on Sentient. But Jeff Lemire and Garth Ennis are creators that people will buy a graphic novel for. We see that a little bit with Ed Brubaker, though it's been waning. Scott Snyder's got that kind of name, though, especially with his artistic talent, right? The Snyder news is big. Interesting to see such big name creators going so big into digital, just as DC closed down their third and final digital app. It's not so much, I feel like, them going in on digital as them going on a really good deal. DC and Marvel do not give good deals for creators. So it's something that Marvel and DC will need to learn from, not from the idea of the digital comics front. I think Scott Snyder and his collaborators would be just as happy to have the same deal, basically, but have print comics as well. Tacky says, Barnstormers is the only one I'll check out in print. Hopefully Dark Horse will have a better distribution deal. Otherwise, I'll order the physical online. Jay says, Clear, Capullo, and Francavilla are the ones I like. Says, Clear, We Have Demons, and Night of the Ghoul. How many people does Robbie know? He could get Scott on the bat phone in a minute. I met Scott. He gave me his email. He said he would be on the show. I've emailed that dude 3 times. I've never gotten a response. I've messaged him on Twitter. I've never gotten a response. It's okay, though. I have gotten one. He's responded to me one time, and it was, I don't remember what book it was. And he was like, I'm glad you liked the book. And I was like, oh, here it is. Hey, man, that's right. Did you want to join the show? Nothing. I've tried, y'all. This is how it happens sometimes. You think I know people? No. Joe knows people. That dude knows everybody. And I've met some people through my buddy Kevin. Kevin gets me into bar cons. I can't wait for Heroes Con to come back. Joe, you should make it down to Heroes Con sometime, if you're still listening. Let's see. Yeah, DC Universe Infinite or whatever is still working. They still got a digital platform. I don't subscribe to those Marvel Unlimited. I do not dig on digital, but I will read digital. I don't mind it, but I like physical comics. I like the tactile experience. The upcoming ones from Comixology, Chip Zdarsky coming out in February physically. Cool. The Chip Zdarsky one that they did after Lift, that's already been released physically. That's really freaking good. Like that's during when the first days of the pandemic, when like Diamond was shut down and shit, there were no comics. Like, and I was going digital like to keep the weekly comic book review. I do want to point out that we never missed a week of the weekly comic book review, even when Diamond said no comics. I found a way to give y'all content, and I read a lot of weird stretches on Comixology every week, man. Jesus Christ. Snyder does have his own YouTube channel. I used to watch it when he was a little bit more regular. Now he's back a little bit more regular again. Station Cerebros. I'm going to be on the Cerebros podcast this week. I'm excited. And I'm going to be on Geeks Unleashed this week. I'm excited. I've been meaning to get out to Heroes Con. Richard Case usually does that show, and he's great. I haven't gone to as many like of the bigger cons as you have, obviously, but like Heroes Con was the best con I've ever went to. It was all about the creators. It was all about the comics. I met Stan Sakai. I met Mike Royer. He's a creep. Liana was there. David Pepose. That was when I first met Liana in person. That was super cool. And I met a lot of people, and I got to like... There are a lot of stories there, but I mentioned this the other day, but like I was smoking weed with an artist who was like super pissed because he's basically put his career on hold for 6 months for a promised Darkness relaunch that never happened. And I was just like, man, this industry can be really sad sometimes. Like, no shit, man. I felt bad for him. After Lift was great, Everything Comics. Hell yeah. Phillips says, hey, Phillips, I heard Heroes Con. I live in Charlotte. We've already talked about this. We talked, everybody wants to do a PCP meetup at a con or something. And I was like, next time they do a Heroes Con, come see us. Because I am going to be there. That shit's awesome. You go to cons now and it's like, oh, there's this zombie from Walking Dead. Oh, there are these Power Rangers. And I'm over meeting Power Rangers. I've met so many Power Rangers. And most of them don't live up to my expectations. I'll be honest with you. David Yost, Johnny Young Bosch did, though. Two really fucking cool dudes. I'll be honest. Johnny Young Bosch and David Yost, pillars of the Power Ranger community. We just had JDF at our most recent con, and stories. But anyway, really cool stuff. I remember one time at one of the cons that we did. Joey Fatone, somebody had asked about this story. Joey Fatone, his handler, wound up being directed to me to try to find Joey Fatone weed. So that was pretty funny. Joey Fatone, man. And then it happened with, I shouldn't say the next one though. He's probably still got a career. Oh, that's a terrible thing to say. I know Joey Fatone's got like a whole chain of burger joints called Fat Ones, right? I want to try him, man. He was a super cool dude, Joey Fatone. I very limited interaction with him. I, in fact, did not get him weed. But I directed that person to the person that I thought could. Sometimes the colors pop more on digital, but the art and the physical copy cannot be reproduced. I agree. I get a lot of my early looks, like the Vault stuff, the Valiant stuff. I don't cover too much Valiant, but I get a lot of early looks from publishers Mad Cave. Whatever, the weird stretching's over. But I don't mind reading digital comics. But, for instance, I still will buy my Vault comics that I adored, even though I get them for free digitally. Like, I'm still going to go buy Wasted Space, like the day it comes out, right? It's a different. Who's Joey Fatone? I don't know if you're messing with me, Albert, but I'll commit to the bit. Joey Fatone was one of the members of the boy band group from the 90s, NSYNC. He was the older brother figure archetype, one would say. Tales from the Con should be an ongoing segment. But the problem is you don't want to name names. That's the problem. Mike Royer was a creep, by the way. Legendary inker of Jack Kirby. Creep. Like, wow. Wow. Crazy. I'll tell that story in private. A lot of the PCP, all of the excitable PCP crew know that story. I do have some Mr. Miracle, though. I do have a Mr. Miracle signed by him. It's the closest I've gotten to Jack Kirby in my life, so. Unfortunately, the way the night ended, I was just like, I mean, nothing bad happened, but that's because we're responsible drinkers. And it was wild, I'll tell you that. Old creepy man. Jesus. I bet there's a lot of them in that industry. Probably. I'm sure. Yeah. Kevin keeps trying to get me to go to Baltimore. Baltimore is big. They got some good names in Baltimore. I'd love to get out to Baltimore. It's hard to step away from work and PCP and life and just be able to. I would love to, though. If I could ever hit a point where I could actually work less at the shop, then more of those kind of things could happen. Odd to me that Marvel gives me free digital downloads and nobody else does yet. Odd to me that you got the Marvel hookup. Jesus, I ain't got the Marvel hookup. Marvel gives retailer previews, but they suck. They're literally just be thumbnails and letters, like it'd just be like seriously like thumbnails, not even finished fucking artwork, just like sketchy, scratchy ass thumbnails and lettering. I've been there, Robbie. When people don't know what's going on, they look to you to help them out. No, that wasn't necessarily what was going on. I don't know if that's about the Mike Royer thing, but that's not what was going on there. Robbie, do you run your own comic store? I'm the store manager of my own, yeah. I don't own it, but Oh, gives us free digital books. Oh, I thought you had the hookup, man. Yeah, but I do run a comic book store, but I do not own it. I'm the store manager. I thought you had that Bueller hookup. I'm just gonna say when me and Jim are shorted our comic books and we're like, yo, we're able to get the Marvel books digitally. I wonder who we call. All right. I do want to thank Philip once again for that super chat. That leaves us $20 left. We open a transformer. Bob's dipping out. He says, have a blessed night, you guys. Robbie, I am so looking forward to tomorrow night. Station, everyone. Station, Bob. Join us tomorrow night for our Shogun Assassin movie review. Bonus PCP movie night. You don't get bonus PCP movie nights very often. Last time you got one was last Horror Fest. Speaking of Horror Fest, we're getting close to the reveal. But first, are you ready? You ready for this? It's time. It's time. Let me find the right button. I don't want to hit the wrong button. All right. And now it's time for Marvel in the 80s. And today we're talking about Silver Surfer Volume 2, Number 1. In fact, the only issue released in Volume 2 of Silver Surfer. It is written, or should I say plotted, by John Byrne. It is scripted by Stan Lee. And it is got pencils by John Byrne. And it's got inking by Tom Palmer. Lettering by Rick Parker. Coloring by Tom Palmer as well. And Jim Shooter, of course, editor-in-chief. This is a fantastic book that I have literally read for the first time this afternoon. One recently came in a collection. I had never read it, and I wanted to check it out. This book's phenomenal. First of all, let me point out the artwork. The artwork in this book, John Byrne, inked and colored by Tom Palmer, and it works. I love it when John Byrne inks himself. I love it when John Byrne is inked by Terry Austin. But there is something very magical about the combination of inking and coloring by Palmer on John Byrne's pencils. All right, so here's the basic plot of the story. It starts off by recounting the origin of Silver Surfer. Him on that planet, him and his lover. Galactus shows up. He offers to become Galactus's herald, and so he will spare his planet. What is it, Shalabah? Or is the chick Shalabah? Yeah, the chick Shalabah. What is the name of the planet? You think I would be more prepared for this? Anyway, someone will correct me in the chat. So it recounts that. Then it recounts when he has to leave his love. And then it recounts when he turns against Galactus in Fantastic Four. And of course, ever since then, he's been banished to the Earth. Galactus made this barrier around the planet that he cannot escape, right? And so he tries to escape just to make sure that it's still there. And of course it is. But he sees a beam, a probe or something focused on the barrier. And he follows it. And it's Reed Richards. So he shows up. He's like, what's up? Reed's like, yo, I was trying to get your attention. I think I know how to break the barrier. If I throw this laser or whatever at the exact same spot that you hit at the exact same speed, I think you can get through. He says, though, the only issue is if you make it through, you can't come back. Because if you come back, Zen-La, thank you guys, and because when you come back, you will be stuck on Earth again. I can't get rid of the barrier, but I can help you get through it one time and one time only. So he does. He actually makes it through the barrier. First thing he does is goes back to his home world, and no, it cannot be. It's destroyed. It's a barren wasteland. Look at that amazing work there by Byrne and Palmer. The art in this book is freaking phenomenal. So he gets there. There's still some people. Apparently what happened is after he turned and betrayed Galactus, he did his heel turn or whatever, Galactus shows back up to his homeworld, Zen-La, and then says, you know what? He broke his truce. I'm back. I'm going to feed on y'all's asses. But in a weird act of mercy that you don't typically see, he gives the residents 24 hours to flee. So 24 hours, they pack up, they leave, and then Galactus destroys the Earth, and then some of them come back. But he's like, but what about my love? What about Shalabah? Whatever her name is. Is that her name? Shalabah, whatever? So whenever that happens, they're like, she's not here. She was captured by this devilish creature. And this is one of those moments where Marvel teases Mephisto, and it actually is Mephisto. So he's like, no. And then it's a reference to, there's some issues of Fantastic Four where he thinks he sees his lover in Latveria, but it turns out not to be her. But now it turns out that it was her because Mephisto came and totally ganked her up, and this is all part of his plan. So having escaped Earth and can only come back once again to be trapped on Earth, he has to come back to Earth to confront Mephisto because Mephisto has his lover, right? So there you go. Shalala. Keep going. All right. Zen-La and Shalala. Okay. Whatever. His chick. So Mephisto, if you remember, of course, was first created in the pages of Silver Surfer, the John Buscema, Stan Lee stuff, right? So this is actually the first time that we have a Silver Surfer book that's written by someone other than Stan Lee. Though Stan Lee is credited with the script, I don't know how much of that is true, but it doesn't feel quite... It does feel a little clunky at times, so I do believe that it's Stan. So anyway, turns out that this Latverian villager is in fact his lost love. Mephisto's just planned this the whole time. He's come back now. Now he's fighting Silver Surfer. Look at that amazing artwork. Look at the inking. Look at the coloring on that. That's amazing. So you have this big battle, John Byrne fashion. It's absolutely epic and great. And then Mephisto, like, supposedly or apparently kills his lover, his beloved. But what actually happens is that he turns her into this glowing beam of light. He's like, there is no forever, doomed one. So he turns her into this ball of light and shoots her back up into space towards her home planet. Surfer can no longer leave the Earth. So he has escaped Earth to go back to his love, found out that his love was actually on Earth, came back to Earth. Now she gets shunted back to her world, and he can't catch up, but he's able to use his power cosmic to kind of stop the curse that Mephisto put on her, and he does it. And so with his last act, She's going to be okay. She shows back up in her home world, and with the gift of life that the cosmic power has done, she starts bringing life back through vegetation on the planet. And then Surfer's happy enough with that, and he's like, I may still be stuck on Earth, but at least I was able to bring my love and my homeworld life. So there you go. This book was really freaking good. I liked it a lot. The artwork was super fantastic. Tom Palmer. I wish we would have gotten more of Tom Palmer coloring and inking Burn. I need to look to see if we actually did, because it is gorgeous. There are moments where it just pops. There are great, brilliant moments. One of my favorite moments is when he shows up to the barren planet. And let's get to that real quick. Right there. Really great work. This is a fantastic book, and I loved it. So there's the copy that I read right there. The Silver Surfer. It's odd that this is credited still officially as Volume 2, even though it's a one-shot comic. You can get it for about $6 to $10 to $12 right now. It's got a Cracker Jack ad. It's got that Olympic guy that used to try to get you to collect points and sell shit to get shit. It's a great book, and I had a lot of fun with it. It came out in 1982. I was 1 year old. I have never read this. I've known about this. And another thing is I've never read the Mobius 2-issue series, so I should get in on that as well. Jack Kirby would be proud of this, I think. Stan Lee, of course, has his name all up on it. I don't know how much work he actually did, but I freaking love this book. There's a double-page spread in here once he gets to Hell or to Mephisto's spot that I love. There it is right there. That's beautiful. That's composition that you see in pages of Nice House on the Lake, Something is Killing the Children. You see this a lot today, and you didn't see it a lot back then. And Byrne was one of those kind of dudes. Look at the shading. Look at the shadow. Look at the coloring. Look at that cover. If you're a Silver Surfer fan, check it out. If you've never read a Silver Surfer book, this one totally would just be a great introduction. It was a really nice one-and-done, self-contained story that I absolutely loved, and that was tonight's presentation of Marvel in the 80s. Tom Palmer worked on X-Men The Hidden Lands, The Hidden Years. That's awesome. I read that back in the day, but I haven't read it in a long time, so I'm going to have to check it out. Shanana, Zinla, Shalaba. Yeah, whatever. Hell yeah. No, that was real fun, though. I had a lot of fun revisiting that one. That was a really good book. I'm a huge John Byrne fan, and so I'm really surprised that, and I'll be honest, so I got it. I was like, oh, here's that Silver Surfer Volume 2, and then I opened it up, and I was like, oh, I didn't know John Byrne did this. If I would have known that, I would have gotten to that a whole lot earlier. All right, guess what, y'all? We still got a lot of show to go, but we're about to take a quick break. Don't worry, though. When we come back, top 5 movies of 1989 and the Horror Fest reveals, show and tell, and even more. And we're $20 away from opening up a Transformer. Y'all, we'll be right back. 4 hours tonight, baby. All right, we're back here on Rockin Robbie Live for the fourth and final hour of tonight's show, and I got to kick it off by saying thank you so much, Jamie Wright, for the super chat after a tough year. As an RN, an ICU, dealing with COVID, and a divorce in September. I just got back into comics in January. I've been a silent viewer of your channel since then. Wanted to say station, and I'm grateful. Jamie, we're grateful for you, for the work that you do. I, too, went through... I wasn't married, so it's not a divorce, but I went through a breakup on a long-term relationship last year during the whole mess. I work in comics, so I didn't have to necessarily deal with the level of stress you did there, but it was a tough year for everybody. Thank you for your service. I'm sorry for what you went through, but thank you for being here. I'm glad that you found something positive in comic books and in the PCP community. I really do appreciate it, homie. This goes out to you. Let me tell you about this little man I know. His name is Hellboy. He was sent to the earth some long time ago to save and or destroy. Station! Brought to this earth by Rasputin, not Blade. Son of a demon and a nun who, not Scrooge, raid out with the demon. But was raised by Professor Broom, not Jason. Now he fights evil and monsters. Now he fights with the man who's a fish named Abe, not Onslaught. Now he fights with the fire starter named Liz, not Rambo, and an ectoplasmic mess named Johan. BPRD, Venom, crawling up the wall. Crawling up the wall saying y'all don't understand how tall I feel when I'm up here next to the Joker Man now. Love that Venom. See a dream. Thank you so much. Keep up the good vibe. Station! Yeah, wake up, let's get the party going. Approaching fast with the vibe, I'm glowing. I'm walking slow, I'm taking it easy. And hard times are coming, but I won't let it faze me. I stay straight, always got a stash on me. You pull out the papers and it's time to get crazy. No joke, no doubt, take a toke, let it out. Feel a lot better when you let that shit out. You see, I'm elevated to a higher plane. You take a break in the day, if you know what I'm saying. Chronics to joy, bring a gift of the gods. If you want a QRJ, smooth a room full of nods. Don't forget the rules of the Chiba Nation. Don't forget the rules now, man, your station. G-Funk, Snapdragon, roll that shit up. And DNH, why don't you pack that shit up? Come on, Brooks, let's go. And blaze this shit up before Jeff comes along and he fucks that shit up. Yo, some people give me shit, yeah. Ha, 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 ha. Drinking all night, yo, the shit ain't right. We used to be tight, but what we did was fight. You try, fuck it. All right, thank you guys so much for the super chats. We have hit the goal by far, so what Transformer do you want opened up tonight? The choices are the three behind me. There are Hot Rod, Optimus Primal, and Ultra Magnus. Ultra Magnus just got placed down here. I'd like to let that sit for a little bit longer, but y'all want it, go for it. Y'all vote right now. Optimus Primal, Hot Rod, or Ultra Magnus. What gets opened up tonight? What does? I'm on an 11 right now, y'all, just so you know. See all the stuff around me? Just pay attention to it. You want to support us? You can do so. Yeah? You want to check us out on socials? You can do so. Drinks with Robbie, they say. I'll approve that one, John. Cock blocker? That would be a... There is a Jesus Christ custom-made Transformer that, like, transforms to, like, Jesus on the cross into, like, a badass, like, robot Jesus. I'm sure we can get a cock blocker made. Mike, keep tabs. I know you're good at that. You're a detective. Would you keep tabs on what wins? All right. Thank you so much for all the love tonight, y'all. We really do appreciate it. I've been loving it. You know, I had to take some weeks off here and there on Rockin Robbie Live, especially due to technical difficulties. We got the new computer. We still just got to pay for it. And I'm still looking for the car. So all the help, all the support really, really helps us out. So thank you so much. It means a lot. That being said, we still got a show to do. So we've been running through our favorite movies from the 80s. From 80 all the way now to tonight, the ultimate... damn, last week was the penultimate episode. I should have said something. I know that Mags is winning. I knew it. Hot Rod's going to be the last one people want me to open. All right, so anyway, it's time to complete this journey. And let me make sure I get the button right. Okay. Brothers and sisters and gender resistors, it is now time for my top 5 favorite movies of 1989. At number 5, Ghostbusters 2. This is a hot take. This may be sacrilegious to say. I think I enjoy Ghostbusters 2 more than Ghostbusters 1. And it's mostly because I saw Ghostbusters 2 in the theater. 89, I was going to the theater all the time. It must have been a really good year for my stepdad, to be honest, right? Because we saw all these great films that came out in this year, and Ghostbusters 2 is such a treasured memory. I love and adore it. I love the painting with, Vigo, whatever. I just, amazing. The slime, the Statue of Liberty. This movie blows me away. And y'all, Bobby Brown. Well, I guess we're gonna have to take control. At number 4, I've got The Burbs. Joe Dante. This is a movie that, and here's the thing. 89 is the movie where that's pretty much the year that I am pretty sure that I knew and started paying attention to new cinema, you know, at a young age, right? And I loved The Burbs. This movie has been a joy and a treat for me throughout my years. Joe Dante does this movie that's starring Tom Hanks, Corey Feldman, and a whole bunch of other great character actors. It's a comedy. Prince Leia's in here. This is a really solid movie. It's a little bit of a dark comedy. It's about these weird neighbors in this suburban town. And they're like envisioning in their heads, like they're all like on vacation from work or something. So it's just a bunch of bored dads, in this suburban neighborhood trying to like find something to do. And they're fixated on this like creepy haunted house. And it turns into just this amazing, fantastic story that is very much, to me, in the James Whale tradition. Joe Dante's The Burbs. Number 4. Number 3, Do the Right Thing, a Spike Lee joint. This was the first Spike Lee film I had seen, and I saw this at a young age, and I loved it. In 89, I was really into hip hop that I was digging into at that time was like Fresh Prince, and it was like Kid and Play, shit like that, right? But I really, really liked this film. And as I've gotten older, I appreciate it more and more. A heat wave in New York City. There's racial tension going on. This movie is ahead of its time. It's an incredibly important film. It was one of those sad ideas that we had to cancel our PCP movie night for it this year, but have no fear, we will definitely be covering that at some point within the next bit here at PCP, because Do the Right Thing, I think, is probably Spike Lee's best film and one of my favorite films, definitely in 1989. At number 2, I've got Batman. I know John's going to hate me. I know it's your number 1, and it's my number 2. At the time when I was growing up, this was my movie of 1989. The movies that I loved in 89 that I saw at the theater were Ghostbusters 2, it was The Burbs, it was Batman, and it was Lethal Weapon 2. Like, yeah, I got taken to Lethal Weapon 2 in the movie theaters, and I loved it. But that being said, Batman is such an amazing theatrical experience to have had at a young age. It was basically my Star Wars. It's a great big event tentpole movie. In hindsight, as I've grown up, as I've read comic books, I realize that it's not the best Batman movie we've ever gotten. But at the same time, it has a major place as being the first superhero movie to really hit super hard. Like, I know Superman was a big deal, but Batman 89 was something else. And Jack Nicholson, Michael Keaton, Kim Basinger. Come on, y'all. But my number 1, there's a perfect way to end this look at films in the 80s here on PCP by throwing a mad station to my number 1 film of 1989, and it's Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, y'all. Come on. Alex Winter and Keanu Reeves, George Carlin, and Billy the Kid, Socrates. Come on, man. Beethoven rocking out on the synthesizers, Sigmund Freud, and Abe Lincoln, And just the whole message of be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. Like, this movie is such a positive, funny, yet informative movie. I absolutely love it. It spawned a franchise that to me sits as one of the best trilogies that we've ever gotten in American cinema. I got to end it here. It's absolutely brilliant. It's dumb. It's fun. But at the same time, it's smart and witty. This movie is miles above. And by the way, I do got to say, co-creator Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and the co-writer Chris Matheson, friend of the show, we had him on here. So, rounding it out, my number 5, Ghostbusters 2. My number 4, The Burbs. My number 3, Do the Right Thing. My number 2, Batman. And my number 1, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And right now, I want to know, let me know in the chat, in the comments, what are your favorite movies from 1989? Let's see what people say. Y'all keep me updated on that Transformer stuff. Fable says, top movies from 1989. Pet Sematary, The Abyss, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Batman. Very nice list. Whole Shoe says, best movie of 89 is Batman with Michael Keaton. I agree with that being your favorite movie from 89. But Bill and Ted, bruh. 69, dudes. Albert says, great list, Fable, and I agree, Hammer Time. John says, my favorite of all the Batman films. How was Robbie in 89? I was good. How old was I? Is that the question? I was 8 to 9 years old in 89. Cerebro says, fuck yeah, the Burbs is my jam. Hell yeah. Tim Crocker says, Do the Right Thing is my personal fave. Batman, Roadhouse, Kiki's Delivery Service, Bill and Ted. Station. Fable, you didn't put Bill and Ted on your list. Maybe I need to remove that blue wrench, my friend. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Obviously. Thank you for all the work you do. Mark says, Mark McGrath? Mark McGrath? If this was the Mark McGrath, I think there would be an image there. Mark McGrath? I just want to fly. Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby. I just want to fly. Oh, what you want, what you really, really want. Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around. Wouldn't it be funny if that is that Mark Graff? Thank you, Mark, for being here. Regardless of which Mark Graff you are, I just appreciate you being here. My favorite bit in The Burbs is when Hank's character throws his coffee at the paperboy. My favorite bit is where he forces himself to eat the sardine on the cracker. He's like, yeah, I eat them all the time. And that bit really got me. In fact, I was so into that bit, like I wanted to eat sardines on crackers, and my mom bought me a can of sardines and crackers, and I didn't do it. I still have yet ever to do it. That's something to do on the stream. Eat a sardine on a cracker for the first time. Like Tom Hanks did in The Burbs. Albert says, me too. I like the Tim Burton Batman films the best. Robbie would have been 8 in 89 for those asking. The Abyss, Blind Fury. Blue Steel is out that year too. Thank you, Robbie. Where were you in 1998? What? Mike says, top 5 in 89 is Indiana Jones, Last Crusade, Field of Dreams, Batman, Major League, Uncle Buck. It's time for honorable mentions. I'm going to look at the ones that I wrote down that didn't make it. Back to the Future 2. Major League. Everything else wrote down. But I was contemplating things like Roadhouse. But the ones that I wrote down that didn't make it, those would be the official honorable mentions, Back to the Future 2 and Major League. Everything else made it. Wasn't Glory this year too, though? See? Was that the year of Glory? Zahak says, haven't thought about The Burbs in forever. Such a great flick. It's a great flick. It's on Shout Factory. I haven't picked it up. I need to. Babel says, Bill and Ted was awesome, not my favorite of the year. Plus, Bogus Journey is where I really fell in love with Bill and Ted. Station. Yeah, but it all starts in the first one. 69 dudes. Nah, I had to put Bill and Ted. I've adored that film my whole life as well. John Holshoe says, my top 5. Batman. Top 5 movies of 1998. 1989. Damn, I just pulled a whatever. Batman. Yes, Glory was 89. See, that's a good one too, man. Roadhouse was 89. There's some... 89's a really... Okay, I always say that 89's a terrible year for horror movies, and that's true. Notice the lack of horror movies on this list. But 89 is not a bad year for movies. Lethal Weapon 2 is 89, y'all, and that's a fantastic fucking movie, man. I saw that one in the theater. Ugh. I vividly remember that, and I vividly remember Ghostbusters 2 and Batman. Batman scared the shit out of me when Joker was like, kill that dude with the fucking electroshock thing. Ugh. I did not see Bill and Ted in the theater, though. I've never seen a Bill and Ted movie in the theater. I'm really fucking sad now. I've never seen a Bill and Ted movie in the theater, because even the new one, it was COVID, so we watched it at John's Theater. I guess I can count that, but you get what I'm saying. Damn. This town needs an enema. Christmas Vacation, yeah, that's right, that's 89. See no evil, hear no evil. Excellent list, Hammer Time, says Albert. Y'all share your top 5s, come on. I get that y'all like Batman, but what else do y'all like? Mike says, what, Holshoe, no Dream Team on that list? That's a good movie. Is the Dream Team the one with Christopher Lloyd and Michael Keaton? I love that film. Yeah, The Wizard and Troop Beverly Hills, yeah. Babel says, totally forgot about Back to the Future. Joe Corallo, UHF. That's my second favorite movie with Michael Richards in it. My first being Problem Child. Goddamn, let's do a movie review of Problem Child. He's probably like, nah, let's just do UHF. I'll do that. I haven't seen UHF in forever. That movie used to crack me the fuck up. Don Daly says, I honestly don't remember what came out in 89. Yeah, I mean, that's why I just Google it, and I go through the list, and I start writing down the ones that pop out in my head. TM Nerdy says, All Dogs Go to Heaven. That is 89. I saw that on the list. Batman, Back to the Future 2, Ghostbusters 2, and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, from the writer of Reanimator. Like, you ever see the guy that made Reanimator and From Beyond wrote Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Stuart Gordon. I'm happy for him. He's no longer with us, unfortunately, but I love those movies. Joe'd be down for both. Let's do a fucking Problem Child. Should we do the double feature, 1 and 2? I haven't seen those movies since I was like a fucking kid at the VHS store, but like, I loved Problem Child, and I loved Problem Child 2. Wasn't John Ritter in Problem Child? Man, I loved fucking Problem Child. Nobody talks about that movie anymore. Why is that movie not talked about? It's all about Home Alone. Whatever. Oh, Punisher. Punisher's 89. The Punisher came out in 89, right? The Dolph Lundgren Punisher. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd, Peter Boyle, Michael Keaton. That's a good movie, The Dream Team. I like that movie. I remember. These are my VHS days, man. I loved this list. I haven't seen them in decades either, and yes, he was. Hey, what's up, Dank? Dank Comics, everybody. Had him recently on for a Teen Dog Shades night, along with Kenny from Caps on Comics. Fantastic. Fantastic show. I really didn't like that kid in Problem Child, says Fable. Well, we know who not to invite onto the movie review. Way to get yourself not invited to a show, Fable. I'm just kidding. There's plenty of kids in movies I don't like. You know what kid in a movie I do like? The fucking kid in Shogun Assassin. Best kid in a movie ever. We're going to be talking about it tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central Time. Action Fest continues. We're going to be joined by Perry from Perry Comics. Friday night, 9 p.m. Central Time. Face Off. That's going to be goofy. For Dylan's Horror Show this week, Saturday, 6 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be talking about the 80s remake of The Blob. 88, I think. So, hell yeah. This has been a fun show. So who won the Transformer vote? What we got? Nostalgia Express has got me looking up VHS on eBay. It's unfortunate. Like, some things have gotten really expensive. But that being said, I am accepting offerings of VHSs for the new VHS-oriented set. Yeah, it's cliche, but we're doing it. We're doing it. We're going to make a vintage VHS rental store corner set, and I've already gotten a lot of cool donations, and we're going to show some off. There's a tie on the Transformers. What is the tie on? Still waiting for a Small Soldiers review. Wait a little bit longer, man. I know every movie we're reviewing for the rest of the year, and Small Soldiers ain't on it. But it has potential to make it onto January. It was cock blocker by 4 votes, says John. Optimus Primal versus the Magnus. Okay, Ultra Magnus. All right, since there was a tie, officially, I get the vote. And I'm going to say Optimus Primal because we just opened up the Megatron T-Rex, which is right there. And yeah, it's a gappy T-Rex, but it's cool. So I want to get the Optimus Primal opened up to go with it. So there it is in its luxurious package. Let's open it up. Personally, I want to wait for Ultra Magnus for just a little bit longer. All right, we're doing Optimus Primal because it's open. I just opened up that T-Rex Megatron, which I thought was, in hindsight, actually really cool. And there, of course, things I'm going to have to cut. I don't have my scissors with me. There's the figure right there. I remember my buddy Dave had the original figure, and that was a dope figure. I don't know if this is going to quite capture that looking at it, but it's not a bad figure. I'm going to have to cut those things. Kirk says, hell yeah, Optimus Primal is my Optimus. We're going to take a quick station identification so I can go get some scissors. And we're back. Got some scissors. Uncle Buck, best Macaulay Culkin movie ever. Uncle Buck was 89, yeah. I don't know why I've used knives the entire time when I've had scissors. One thing I noticed that I didn't mention was that they had these like card things or whatever. And there's like an actual card in there that you can flip or something. Whatever that is, I don't know. So yeah, obviously I'm not going to be able to transform this, but this is in its Optimus Prime-esque mode. Turns into a gorilla. So I'll figure out how to do that over the week and show you next week. Or next time. Because I don't know if we're doing a show next week. Actually, I have to think about it. I think about the timing of things. But it's not bad. It's not a bad figure. I've never really watched Beast Wars, but I will one day. That's why I just wanted the Optimus Primal and the Megatron dinosaur. Really, it was just the Megatron dinosaur, and I was like, might as well get the fucking, Optimus Primal while you're at it. Might as fucking well. All right. Where were we? Oh, yes. Horror Fest reveals coming up. There's the sticker attached to the card. You peel it off to reveal the card. Oh, really? Oh, I was like, it looks like the same one. I threw it all the way over there. I'll have to show it off next time. All right, so we're revealing the entire Horror Fest lineup tonight. And we're going to go ahead and do that. All right, so first of all, Action Fest is not over. It continues this week with a surprise show tomorrow night. Shogun Assassin. Friday night, Face Off. And then next Friday, it culminates in the entire Fast and Furious franchise. So there you go. And then we're taking 2 weeks off. And then the first Friday of September, all the way through October, is Horror Fest. Dylan's Horror Show will also be participating in Horror Fest. We will not be revealing Dylan's lineup tonight. That's on him to do. But he's got a banger lineup. But I have been promising y'all a banger-ass lineup for Horror Fest, and here it is. Are y'all ready? So go ahead, get your pens, get your pencils, get your papers ready. Start writing this down, because this is your homework. This is your Horror Fest homework. And if you thought we killed it on Horror Fest last year, y'all ain't seen shit. Fucking Quicksilver fell. Y'all ain't seen shit. Here we go. The official Horror Fest reveal. Movie number 1. It's actually a series. This starts the first Friday in September and moves on every Friday. Except for on the week of Halloween, it's Thursday and Friday, just like we did last year. It'll all make sense. First up, Hellraiser. Not just the original film, we're going to cover all 10 Hellraiser films. That is the start of Horror Fest. All 10 Hellraiser films. Next up, Fright Night. Fright Night. And this is the original 1985 Fright Night. Then we're doing a poll. A PCP Army fan poll And so y'all know what that means. We'll get to that when it's time. Next up, the Funhouse, celebrating 40 years. A lot of 40th anniversaries of some great horror films. We're going to be covering them. The Funhouse Tobe Hooper classic. That's coming up on Horror Fest. Then we've got Suspiria, the original 1977 Dario Argento Suspiria, followed by another PCP Army movie poll. Now, here's the thing. The two polls. One is a fan poll. The other one is the official Joe Corallo edition. Joe is going to pick 6 movies, and then y'all get to vote. And then that's the one that we review with Joe Corallo. How fucking cool is that? Then we've got The Evil Dead. Celebrating 40 years, this show is going to be aired, or should I say, broadcast live on October 15th, which is the actual 40th anniversary of The Evil Dead, to the day. So there you go. After Evil Dead, it's The Howling, another 40th anniversary. Joe Dante's The Howling. And then Creature from the Black Lagoon. This is the Thursday before Halloween. And then the very next night on Friday night, we wrap up Horror Fest here with Halloween. All 12 Halloween movies. All 12 Halloween films, including the Rob Schnabby's ones. And there's the list for you right there. Horror Fest 2021, September 3rd, the Hellraiser franchise. September 10th, Fright Night from 1985. September 17th, a poll winner, one of the polls. September 24th, The Funhouse. October 1st, Suspiria. October 8th, another poll winner. And the polls are going to be Audience Choice and Joe Corallo edition. Super excited. October 15th, The Evil Dead. October 22nd, The Howling. October 28th, Creature from the Black Lagoon. And October 29th, The Howling franchise. Y'all, ha ha ha! This is going to be a banger-ass horror fest. And y'all just wait till you hear Dylan's list, because Dylan's movies kind of relate to the ones that we do the night before. So it's a nice 1-2 punch. This isn't even all of it, y'all, because Dylan's horror show is going to be taking us home each and every single weekend, and it's going to be dope. So go ahead and right now, go ahead and make sure you're watching your Fast and Furious movies. But as soon as you're done, start watching Hellraiser, because there's a lot. There's 10 of them, and we're doing all 10. And yes, the PCP crew, excitable we are, but they're not so excitable about this. But I'm telling y'all, Hellraiser 5, 6, and 7 are better than 2, 3, and 4. Hot take, I know. But there's the list once again. I'll be sharing this in the PCP Army right after the show. And we'll be getting the polls going during the 2-week break after Horror Fest or after Action Fest before Horror Fest. So, and Joe, you can send me your 6 movies whenever you want, bruh. I'm excited. And I'll let you know, make sure, if we've covered it already or something like that. But I know that Joe's going to pull some fucking weird stretches for his picks. And I'm really freaking excited for the Joe Corallo edition. All right. It's time for show and tell. So we station identification while I get this ready. Well, no, Brandon. I said 5, 6, and 7 were a better I will say, okay, let me clarify. Hellraiser 5, 6, and 7 are a better movie trilogy to me, even though they're not connected, as really, than Hellraiser 2, 3, and 4. Hellraiser 1 will always be here, and all of the others are down here for me. But I think 5, 6, and 7 are underappreciated. And that's why we're doing fucking all of them. So, station identification. Let me get some show and tell ready. All right, first up, I got an awesome-ass AOK from Jasmine from the Geeks Unleashed podcast. Jasmine and her partner, Mark, her podcast partner, Mark, have been on shows with us before, Long Kiss Goodnight, Fifth Element, for PCP Movie Night, and I did a show, Rockin Robbie Live, with Geeks Unleashed. They do an amazing podcast, just like Cerebros do. They're our favorite podcast out there, basically. They're friends of the show. She knew that I was looking for VHSs for a new set idea, and she was at her family's house, and they were getting rid of a bunch of VHSs, and so she shipped them to me. So thank you so much, Jasmine. Station. And we got Drumline with Nick Cannon. Still in the package, we got Romeo Must Die. Actually, I like this movie. Aaliyah. DMX is in it too. The special edition of End of Days, baby. Here's a dope one. Air Force One. Hell yes. VHS are so cool. They're making a comeback. Then we got Lethal Weapon number 4. I love this movie. Still wrapped up still. Still wrapped up still. The Replacement Killers. Mira Sorvino. The Sixth Sense. Love this film. Still in the package, Starship Troopers. Look at that. That's going to be perfect for the set. Best Buy. $14.99, y'all. $14.99. And the last one, Godzilla with the embossed cover. Oh, there, and it's rewound or maybe never watched, but whatever. Godzilla, size does matter. Godzilla made me eat a lot of gorditas. And I was cool with it, to be honest with you. All right. Mike hooked a brother up. Mike hooked me up. So let's show off some recent figure pickups. Vintage Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. First of all, we got some kind of superhero Donatello. So that's dope. Then we got, this is not Metalhead, but this is like a rare version where it's Michelangelo as a robot. It's none of his bits. I don't have any of his pieces, but this is a really rare figure. So that's super cool to have just in general. What else we got here? Up. All right. Got the basketball Donatello wearing the 23. Got the hoop. Got the ball. So let's put the ball in his hand. Yeah, baby. And he's slam dunking. He's Air Donatello. Boom, right? Super freaking cool. There's Walkabout, the kangaroo. And with him, I've got his backpack. Snaps on in the back. I've got his gun. So that's super freaking dope. And then Wingnut. Got most of the weapons. Pretty sure I got most of them. Maybe missing one or two things. But there he is, Wingnut. Their Batman version. I got his little sidekick dude. So that's dope. And somebody help me out. I think this is the sewer seltzer launcher. I don't know. This is a... Damn it, it's not... It's in pieces. Oh, man, how do I put this together? I'm not ready for this. Now, so it was meant to, like, squirt water out of this cannon. It's like the sewer seltzer or something. If anybody knows, help me out there, please. I don't know how it goes together. It's in pieces. It's just basically a water cannon that sprays shit out, and it's got cool little bits on it that go on it. Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? We'll figure it out. Next week, I'll show you it put together. Speaking of put together, last week we opened up the Jazz, and I finally figured out how to transform it. This one kind of pained me in the ass for a moment, but it's actually relatively simple to transform, but I was coming at it in a very complex way. Just watch YouTube videos to help you transform Transformers. Don't go by the sheet. The sheet is so fucking confusing sometimes. But yeah, finally got the Jazz transformed. Looks amazing. Love it. Super cool. And that's show and tell. The sewer seltzer cannon. That's what it is. All right. Hey, we got Nick Barucci, our friends at Dynamite. What's up, buddy? Says, everyone hit up that thumbs up button for Robbie. Y'all listen to Nick. Nick, super excited. We were talking about it earlier. We are super excited for the launch of Elvira meets Vincent Price this week. Very, very freaking excited. All right. Now it's on to the final 9, but it's actually the final 11, whatever. We're going to wrap up the Marvel Universe Series 2 Trading Cards 1991 edition. We're on the rookies, X-Force. We covered an X-Force number 1 recently on Marvel in the 90s. New Fantastic Four. We covered that back in the day on Marvel in the 90s. It's actually about to be cut out and put back up. The Fantastic Four, the extra regular ass Fantastic Four. Then we got the Avengers. That's the team of the time. So we got Quasar in there. We got, is that Cersei? We got Black Widow, White Vision, Thor, and She-Hulk. Then we got Avengers West Coast. This was more of my favorite Avengers team at that time. There you got Hawkeye, you got Iron Man, you got Tigra, Scarlet Witch, Wasp, and Wonder Man. Then we've got the X-Men. You know exactly what era that is. Psylocke, Storm, Jubilee, Forge, Banshee, Gambit, and Wolverine, and Havoc. Then you've got X-Factor. This is right before the big relaunch of all the X books. Good stuff there. Excalibur. Always one of my favorite cards in all of these sets will always be a New Warriors card. Keep thrashing, y'all. Night Thrasher's one of the best comic book characters of all time. Then we got the Masters of Evil. And we're going to wrap it up with the Marauders. The original Marauders. So there you go. When we do start the first 6 and the final 9 back up, we're going back to my Blu-ray collection because last time we went through it, I've added a lot since then. So anyway, that's basically show and tell. That's basically the show. Once again, coming up here on the channel, I do want to point out, we got Shogun Assassin tomorrow night for PCP Movie Night, a special Monday edition, 8 p.m. Central Time. Friday night, 9 p.m. Central Time. We have Face Off on Action Fest, joined by Perry from Perry Comics. Dylan's Horror Show is about the 1988 Blob remake. Y'all, it's been real. It's been so fun. We hit our goals. Everybody, thank you so much. Let me take another look. Wingnut is complete, says Mike. Thank you, buddy. I'm missing something from Walkabout, though, right? Because I just have the gun in the backpack. I think I'm missing something from Walkabout. Albert says, oh shit, I remember that Donatello. Yeah, so I got the football Michelangelo now, and I've got the baseball Raphael. I already had that loose and complete, and then Jacob sent me an AOK for my birthday with it in package. So I have the baseball Raph 2 times, and now I've got Donatello. And I think I do have the Leonardo hockey, but I don't know if I have all of his pieces. I have to piece him together. Yeah, I love the Sports Turtles. The video store in our area charged a rewinding fee. Yeah, we did. I used to work at video stores, and we'd have to get them and put them in a machine that would rewind it in like 20 seconds. Wingnut could have come straight out of Piscor's Red Room. You're right. Brother Joe says, Robbie, what did I do? What I threw away is now cool, right? I got 62 Lefty Blues gave me an A-OK for my birthday, a massive one, and I got some Blockbuster VHS. I wonder if it's got the Be Kind Rewind sticker on it. Oh, you're welcome, Nick, man. Super pumped for that launch. I was telling everybody, even if they've never read an Elvira book, pick up this one. I'm pumped. I think I'm getting the photo cover. I want them all, but I think I'll get the photo cover because everybody could use more photos of Elvira in their house, right? Don't forget to rewind this broadcast after watching, says Brandon. Yes. Walkabout needs his boomerang. Aw, shit. Of course he's got a boomerang. I don't think they ever used Walkabout in the show. I think he was just a toy. It's a cool toy, though. I've never had Walkabout. The detail on these Playmates. What's really crazy about Walkabout is he has knee articulation, which is not something you typically see in Turtles figures. But I guess it's because he's a kangaroo, mate. Good day. Speaking of good day, we're dipping out. Oh, we almost made it to 4 hours. If only we did credits and post-credits. Anyway, thank you guys so much. We really do appreciate it. You have been the best. Thank you for the support. This week, all the streams we got coming up. Check out our friends, of course. Comics Will Break Your Heart. Nick Comic Culture. Tomorrow Cinema. TM Nerdy. Big Herm Collectibles. Fable. Missing Link. Let's keep Fargate. Comics with Bueller. Everything Comics. The Cerebros and the Geeks Unleashed podcasts. Jim Mint Collectibles. Y'all, seriously, fantastic world out there. Y'all have made this dream real and cool, and we love you so much here at PCP. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and keep it going, y'all. We're growing, and you're growing with us, and growth is what the human experience is about. Anyway, we're dipping out. Station. Thanks for rocking with us. All right, we're back for a moment. How's everybody doing? I tried to put together the seltzer cannon thing, and I don't get it. I'm gonna have to look up a video or something on that. All right. I do want to point out something. So we got basketball Donatello, and on the back of his jersey it says Turtles. Okay, but then we got Touchdown Leo or whatever, right? And on the back of his jersey it says Leo. What's up with the disrespect towards Donatello? I'm going to have to find my Raphael baseball figure and see what it says on the back there. That being said, we're going to open up this Spawn figure. This is the original classic Spawn. This is the unmasked version. Hell yeah, we're going to open this up. Don't worry, it's got a crappy package. Let's do it, baby. I am ready. I have a classic Spawn on card. That's a nice card, so I've never opened it. So I don't have a classic Spawn 1 to open. So this counts, I guess. We got the comic book right there. Let's do this. So it's the exact same figure as the original one. He just doesn't have the mask, and he's got the shoelace. All right. I've learned my lesson with these Spawn figures. Be very careful about moving them. But Series 1, I've not had problems with. It's been the later ones. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So there's the Spawn figure itself. Shoelace head. Still has the paint, though, from the original. Okay. What is this extra bit right here? What's this extra bit that's taped on right there? Oh. You can tell I've never had one of these. So this attaches to a peg there that attaches to Spawn, right? Yeah, that's what that is. Well, we're just going to ignore that for now. So there that is. He's got... So crazy for this to come in so many pieces. Where the hell did that go? Well, his skull chains went somewhere. God damn it. All right. Well, you get the idea. There it is. It'll be more complete next time you see it. The fuck? Anyway. Yo. OG Spawn. found it. I found the skull chain thing. So there it is. Dope. So I just got to figure out how to actually get this on there right so that it rests on there right, because it's not really wanting to do that. There's a little bit of awkwardness to it or whatever, but I'll tell you what, the Kickstarter's way better. Oh, I should put the gnarly face on it. All right. Cereal review. I tried this birthday cake Pebbles, 50th anniversary of Pebbles cereal, one of my favorite cereals out there. It's rice cereal, so you got to eat it quick, but if you eat it at the right time, there's a nice mix of textures there. So here's the thing. I typically don't like birthday cake flavoring, whether it's, say, cupcakes flavored like birthday cake or any cereal flavored like birthday cake or a birthday cake flavored like birthday cake. I just don't like it. So I fucking hated this cereal. I thought it was gross. That being said, it's still Pebbles. Pebbles has that really distinct texture. It's a rice cereal, but it's flat, so like it will get soggy. So some of it will get soggy, some of it will still be crisp. And if you eat Pebbles the right way, and that's the thing, Pebbles, in order to fully enjoy it, I think is rather an advanced level cereal. If you have to eat it in the right window of time, which I honestly think is 30 seconds to 2 minutes. But that being said, I really like Pebbles for the most part. I don't like the birthday cake flavor. That being said, I think they do the birthday cake flavor just fine. Yeah, they do. And it's actually got nice colors to it. So that's cool. So I'll give this 2.5, you digs. But honestly, that's just because I do not like birthday cake. So if you like birthday cake and if you like Pebbles, you may want to check this one out. But not for me. It's limited edition. They've done this flavor before. It's a popular flavor nowadays, birthday cake. But was it good? For me, nah. Wasn't good at all. All right, y'all, station. We really appreciate it. Y'all have a good one. 4 hours, baby.